everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Going live here, have a little bit of a discussion on what's going on what everybody's seeing, and trying to get to facts of things, a little bit more information. See here, we've got two over on X. Everybody on X, whoever's watching, if you want to jump over here on YouTube, we are live on YouTube as well. If you want to interact in this conversation, or if you're on X, if you want to send a message, let's see if these messages are coming through. I want to be able to talk to people and because we're doing this on the restream, I want to be able to see people's reactions in chat. Hello Texas, how you doing? CWA. Oh, I know that, but look, there you go. See, did you read the title? It said question mark, right? So I did a video about this about 3 or 2 days ago as well. Same thing. This is just part 2 of it, because obviously the Hells Angels have not shown up yet. Good night. What's going on, Lloyd? From Florida. Ashland, Ohio. Howard, how you doing? Sun Honey, Connie. So basically, we're going to wait here a couple more minutes, see if we can get some more people in. If y'all want to share it out, get some more people in. Basically, what I see is a lot of manipulation going on, and I think we are being manipulated. I know a lot of people are pissed off right now because individuals came across the border. I'm going to watch my language, you know. I've come across some new stuff, and first off, what everybody needs to understand is about that apartment complex owner. He's part of APEC. He's a ZJ. Let's put it that way. See if y'all can read between the lines there. He's a ZJ. He's part of APEC. From what I'm understanding, he's a slumlord. 2 of those apartment complexes, the people are being evicted. One of them's already been shut down. The people were evicted from it. Wyoming, cool. Well, here's the thing. Hello, 911. Yeah, I want to report there's a bunch of Venezuelans out here. Looks like maybe 33 of them. Yeah, there's 33 of them. Exactly. They're out here on motorcycles and stuff like that. Y'all need to see the police out here. They've got guns, all this stuff. And then they have a couple people call in, multiple reports. Did anybody actually see any video? We're living in the times of these, right? We're really living in the times of these right here. And even that video, where you seen the guys walking up the stairs with the pew-pews, you know what I'm saying? That stuff right there, somebody could have made that. Somebody could have done it. I mean, why? I want to. There's two different angles too. What's kind of funny about that footage? If I was a gang member and I was going up to some apartments with some pew pews to break into an apartment, um, and I was notorious as the supposed gang members that are there, and I saw the cameras right there, I'd probably have somebody stand in front of it. I would have had mask on my face, you know. Um, it all looks staged to me. It looks very staged. And it's most people are going off that one deal. And all I see all over TikTok, people doing this. Hey, let me tell you this one. This is how gullible people are. How many people have seen the video circulating about the Chase Bank glitch? Okay, the Chase Bank glitch. You Google it. This shit made it all the way to the Daily UK deal. Some individuals come up with the idea. They write a check, okay? And I'm telling people, don't try this because you're talking felonies here, okay? This is how gullible people are. Absolutely, Johnny. This is what this show is about. That's the reason why it's got the question mark, okay? I'm just proving how people are spreading so much misinformation using clips of biker rallies and biker fucking poker runs. I used to do those things. Okay. I've got friends in the Banditos. Matter of fact, I got a couple of friends that were in Colorado at Four Corners because I called them and asked them, hey, what do y'all know about this? You know, if anybody's going out there to those apartments, what are you talking about? I said, those apartments over there where those Venezuelan gang members are. And he's like, my buddy's like, no, we ain't fucking going over there. I'll be quite honest with you. I'll tell you the exact words was this. No, we're not fucking going over there. Let them fucking libtards handle their own fucking business, is basically what was said, you know? And everybody's jumping to stuff that they're spreading stuff. Here, I want to sing a song for you. I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another that Venezuelans are taking over your town. But I can tell you this, I know several other people have put out videos saying this shit's not going on that are there in those locations and saying we already know how pissed off everybody is in Chicago right now about the Venezuelans and the migrants coming in there and getting the benefits and everything else. And yeah, are there Venezuelans probably living in those apartments? Yes. Okay. Going back to the ones in Colorado, um, my understanding is the guy is a slumlord. He's got two cases. The state is suing that landlord. The landlord is a slumlord. He hasn't been fixing the apartments. They've condemned two of them. Matter of fact, if you go look on the news, we'll be pulling that up here in a minute. Yes, they do have their own chapter. Okay. Um, the the landlord, absolutely, G-Gab. So the landlord, the people haven't been paying their rent because the landlord won't fix his shit. Okay. And he went and made that damn bullshit because what he's trying to do is get out of those lawsuits that he has in order where he doesn't have to fix those apartments up. okay, for those people to live in. And there's another video that's on the news. I'll show it, the report on it, where the people made the help sign. We need more time or something out in the courtyard because the people are getting evicted from the apartments because he will not fix the shit, and he's calling them squatters. Okay, and I imagine there are some Venezuelans in there, and they're not paying the rent because he won't fix the shit. So he's fucking made up that he's got a fucking whole uh, propaganda thing going on, and people are going over there. How many people have actually, other than that one video, he could have paid to have that video made. He could have gave some guys 50 fucking dollars and had that video made. How do you know that video is actually from those apartments where they're walking up the stairs with those pew-pews? Do you know how easy it would be? I mean, I've watched people actually on this Chase bank scam sit there with some money and say, "Oh, I did it. I did the Chase bank deal." I want to show you something. I made a video today and I posted it. I'm gonna bring it up here. It's over on X because I was gonna do a social experiment, right? I'm about this to see how many people would fall for it. I mean, and take the bait. But I did it in a way, so I did it in a way that hopefully people wouldn't, they could still clip it and stuff and change it up. But I did this on purpose because I wanted to see how many people were actually manipulated, could be easily manipulated. Oops. Let's see here. Into believing if this video was real. Let's see here. We'll share the screen. X share. Oh. Can y'all see that? So I'm gonna play. Do you see this?
Okay, everybody. So what this is an experiment to see how many people believe this was real, a real shootout between the Venezuelan gang and another gang. If you would leave a comment down at the bottom. The reason why I'm doing this experiment because there are a lot of people out here making fake videos of stuff claiming Venezuelans are doing stuff around Aurora, Colorado. I've had experience with this before a couple years ago when I was in the convoy that went to DC. People faking stuff so they could get views and everything else. And there's a lot of individuals that will do this to manipulate people. And I just want to see if you were easily manipulated by this video and believed it was real. Please answer honestly. Thank you.
Now, you see how I did that, right? You see how I did that? All right, you've seen this video right here. Sounds like my neighborhood in here in St. Louis. So let me explain something. I went on YouTube this morning and I found a video, and this is from a security cam on a building there at that strip mall. Okay. This is an actual footage of a shootout. I don't know where the hell it was. I didn't even check. I just went and found some random video, right? And it was actually in color. It was actually in color. I put it in black and white. I kind of clipped it in a little bit. And then when I uploaded it to, sure it is. Sure, Al, I believe you. I'm not saying there's not anything stuff going on, but I think people are spinning shit, taking shit out of context. All right. I think people that are making a lot of this reports are just pissed off because these immigrants are in town and they've been given a place to stay, and are trying to get them ran out of town. It's basically so. But what I'm saying is, I clipped this. I clipped this video. You know where the gunshots came from? From TikTok. Like the music side, I went and did a search for gunfire. I added that. Okay. There was actually, you can hear the gunshots on the actual real film, but I added in that stuff. And then what did I do? Venezuelan gang shootout, Aurora, Colorado. Right now, how many? If you, and I want honest answers. If you came across that video, would you have believed that that was true? Would you believe that? And honest answers, anybody. Would you have believed that that was real? Oh, they're shooting at y'all. You got any footage of that? I mean, you got one of these, right? You got one of these? I want to see some real footage. Otherwise, I don't believe you. I think people are trying to stir the pot. I'm not saying there's not any criminals in this. Oh, see, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Oh, you were? You got a police report? Did you call it in, make a police report? I want receipts. I don't want fucking hearsay. Period. Like I said, I know a lot of people over there, just like the other guy that I got over here on. Let me pull it up. TikTok. I'll explain the situation. He lives in Chicago. You know, everybody's talking about, oh, they're in Chicago now. Um, Still, really haven't seen. Only video footage I've seen for Aurora, Colorado, of these Venezuelans supposedly is they're coming up and washing windows, and some lady was sitting there just talking shit about them and being rude. Kind of, I'll be quite honest with you. Um, uh, uh, Hold on here. Let me pull this up. Uh, so I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play this video right here for y'all. The Venezuelan boogeyman, and everybody's falling for it. place. This is the young lady. Let's see here. That has been doing some research on this stuff. Hit play.
Ready for this new information about the owner of CBZ Management, who owns the 3 apartments in Aurora that have been subject to all these lies about Venezuelan gangs taking over. I'm gonna need y'all to lock in, because this is not the first complexes that this has happened to under his management. He has ties to Zionists, and he is a Zionist, and the PR firm handling this, the CEO is tied to AIPAC. Let's get into it. So starting off with the soft stuff, Aurora evictions draws attentions to owners' neglect at other apartments. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Read about how this is not the first time that this management company has neglected apartments to the level of them being uninhabitable. They also own 5 Dallas partners. That also has lawsuits and same exact complaints. Inhumane conditions, water being turned off. And now that brings us to the PR firm he hired to try to distort the narrative so that he can get out of the lawsuits. So here it confirms that the landlord company, the CBZ Management Company, hired Red Banyan, a Florida-based PR firm, to handle the PR around this. Evan Neerman is the founder and CEO of Red Banyan PR. Where did Evan Neerman begin his career? AIPAC! Is that a coincidence? I think not. And on their website, it very, very clearly states that they handle government affairs and they have an office in DC. All right, so this is where I'm gonna need y'all to really lock in and follow me, okay? So CBZ Management has apartments across the state of Colorado and New York, all right? And the lawsuit identifies Zev and Shmerayahu Baumgarten as owners of CBZ Management, okay? And when you look up Zev Baumgarten, age 33, lives in Lone Tree, Colorado, prior addresses, Miami and Brooklyn. The Miami Beach would confirm how he got connected and probably knew the Florida PR agency, and then Brooklyn, because their other location is in New York. And whose name is here to confirm? Shmerayahu Baumgarten. So online, when you look up these 2 names, a few things pop up. The first thing that popped up was about Shmerayahu Baumgarten and his wedding. So here it says many attended the wedding of Shmerayahu and Cheney Baumgarten. And at the wedding, he did a duet with his brother, Hampton Shliach, I'm probably butchering that, Rabbi Liebel Baumgarten, okay? So Shmerayahu and Liebel Baumgarten are brothers, and they all attend and work, including the brother, at Shabbat of the Hamptons. Now, Shabbat of the Hamptons is the same place that held a Solidarity Under the Stars, where you could meet the survivors from the Nova Music Festival, and all the proceeds went to Israel Friends. Yes, the same Israel Friends that donate to the IDF to keep the IDF going and comfortable. So this family is associated with Shabbat of the Hamptons. One of the brothers is a rabbi there, the others attend. As you can see here, he's posted on their page, says his name down there. And when you look up Zev Baumgarten, which is the main culprit, the main owner and manager of CBZ Management, this is what comes up as well to connect him to the Shabbat of the Hamptons also. So I know I threw a lot at you, so I'm gonna recap it for you. The managers of CBZ Management, the company that owns the 3 apartments in Aurora, they are Zionist. And then, not to mention, the PR firm they hire, the CEO got his career started with AIPAC. These things are not a coincidence. This PR firm started these rumors and started this narrative to help these 2 get off the hook for their mismanagement. They have multiple lawsuits against them. This all together.
So, my outlook is this. I'm gonna go over here. I want to go to her page. So here's this funny thing. I made this one here.
Everybody, I just wanted to jump on here about this Chase Bank glitch. Boy, you guys really went viral. Good going, guys. Committed felonies. And all these individuals that are out there doing this and sharing this and getting others to do it, well, guess what? That is conspiracy to commit a bank fraud, okay? You are conspiring with others to commit bank fraud, period. That is a felony. Not to mention the fact that some of these amounts that are being told that they've withdrawn is 10s, 20, 40. One guy's talking about he did $150,000 and he transferred it over and bought Bitcoin with it. I already saw that video. People, you got to be smarter than this, because even if you transferred that money, they're still going to seize all your assets, okay? And when you wire that money to another account, even though you closed your other account, that's called wire fraud, which is another felony. So a lot of you have racked up quite a few felonies. But look at this, you made it to the UK, so you went viral. Check these guys out. And basically, from my understanding, is these individuals were writing a check off of their personal account, depositing it into an ATM, which then the ATM was automatically putting the funds into their account, and then they wire it out or withdraw the money. But look at this. Then they take pictures of themselves and videos and post themselves doing bank fraud. I'm going to scroll through this. If you want to pause to read this stuff, here's some of the individuals that's made TikTok videos, because now they've got a negative balance. Look at this right here. Look at this. $10,000, $11,000. I mean, this is ridiculous. And there's videos of them dancing around with this money. This is ridiculous, guys. Y'all gotta be smarter than this. Don't commit fraud. Get a job. I mean, look. And people fell for it. Don't do stuff like this, people. I mean, like I said, we're looking at, number one, you wrote a hot check for a big amount of money, and usually anything over about $2,500 is a felony. More especially, then you wire the money out of that account to another account to try to beat the bank. That's wire fraud, which is another felony. And then oh my God. And then you share it and you tell others how to do it. Conspiracy to commit bank fraud. Conspiring with others to commit bank fraud is another felony. And you can see right there what it says. The maximum punishment for large thefts of money from financial institutions is a fine of $1 million and 30 years imprisonment.
I mean, when I see this, and then I see everything else going on with this whole Venezuelan deal, and how people are just freaking supposedly breaking news, Aurora gang member arrested and police raiding both apartments just popped up from Patrick Humphrey on YouTube. Okay, do you have the link to that? Can we get the link to that, Texas girl? Let's take a look at this. We'll bring it up. Texas, where are you at? I saw you somewhere in here. Come on up here and bring it up. Bring it up, bring it up. We'll go look, see what's going on. I know they're going to be evicting those people. They are doing this. But here's the other thing. Here's the funny thing. So people were doing fake videos, flashing cash up there and everything else about this bank glitch. And my understanding is like there's a lot of, I don't know how many people that it was all over TikTok. It was all over TikTok. You see, somebody text me. It was all over TikTok. People making videos, and then here's the problem. You make a video like that, pretending you did this scam, and the FBI and federal agents is already all over this, from my understanding. You're going to get a knock on your door because you made a video pretending that you did this glitch, okay? And possibly could, in some fact, that they could come and get you for conspiracy to commit bank fraud, even though you didn't do anything. If you were sitting out there and you were telling people how they could go do this, and they went and did it, you're looking at conspiracy. It's the same thing with this other stuff here. People making up stuff about the Venezuelan gang and stuff. I'm not saying there's not a gang there or there's not Venezuelans there. I'm not saying there's no crime there. There's crime all over Colorado. It's just like those two, but everybody's like, oh, they're suppressing it. That's the way they can cover up, because the reason why they don't have no damn receipts. They don't have no videos. I can tell you right now, I was in the convoy. I bet you there's millions of hours of video from the convoy. Okay. Everything was being recorded, right? Everybody records everything, every little police interaction and everything else. They're out there recording it. But so far, you haven't really you haven't seen none of this gang action. Okay. And here's the thing. What people don't understand, if you're spreading false information, it's one thing you say, I heard about this. I heard about this. What do y'all think? Right? What do you think? But if you're spreading false information and you're making shit up and taking other stuff out of context, and some individuals, some vigilantes go to Aurora, Colorado, or to Chicago and attack a bunch of innocent people, okay? And I know everybody's gonna got the argument that oh, well, they're illegal, they're not supposed to be here, they're not innocent, they broke the law. These individuals that are running these blue states are not going to care. The media is not going to care. But I can tell you right now, if you're instigating violence on somebody else or another group of people, or here's the thing. What if I brought up some video and it was on black people, right? What if I brought up a video and it was on some black people showing how violent they are and people need to go after them? With the Hells Angel making a call for the Hells Angels or some other group to show up to go into a black neighborhood. We need to think about what we're doing. Because number one, 90% of the individuals that I see doing this sound racist as fuck. I mean, they're literally proving the Democratic Party, the people, the libtards on the left, right. Because we want to believe rumors. We want to believe hearsay. I mean, 90% of these people that make shit out here, and we all know this from the convoy, you know, 90% of these people would do this drama and stuff like that in order they can get clicks and get people's donations. We know there was one guy that did this stuff over there that had damage done to his car. He parked it in a spot where there's no cameras. His tires got slashed on his car. And if you actually looked at the tires, they were bald. He was driving his wife's car around, and he went and poured some stuff on it, and shaving cream and all this other stuff. He was in his room in the middle of the night, early morning hours, and he was live streaming, conveniently live streaming. And he gets a knock on the door, and it's one of his other buddies that are streamers. Say, "Hey man, you got to come here. Something happened to your car." He goes outside. I mean, the whole reaction was fake, and automatically he blamed it on Antifa because I guess they poured some root beer on it or something. Okay. Are we still live? Anybody over there? Anybody hearing me? Oh, there it is. Okay. I guess that. Exactly. You know, um, we all make mistakes. We're human. We all jump to conclusions, because we see something. It's the heat of my. I've shared things with other people. Hey man, look at this. What do you think about this? And most time it's like Juniper, Texas, and they say, "Oh yeah, that video there that's out of something else." I mean, hell, even our news media, our fucking media has done that. They've used footage from wars and stuff and everything else to make it. It's a total wag the dog bullshit. I mean, really, that's the reason why I put it. The Hell's Angels headed to Aurora, Colorado? Question mark. Okay, well, we did that video 2 days ago. I think we did that live 2 days ago, and then we're doing this the second part of it. Where's the Hell's Angels? But everybody shared all this video of all these bikers and everything else. Okay. There are actually a few motorcycle people that are 1%ers put out videos. We're not fucking going to Colorado. There's people putting out that information. And I'll tell you that one video I made where I made the clip, TikTok will not let me put that video on TikTok. I've seen other videos way worse than that video that I made for the little experiment there. And I made that video. So technically it's like it would have been like if I just had some people go out and do something, right? And added sound to it and made it look like a gang fight, like a movie, right? TikTok banned it. I've got 2 videos that I was trying to put out there about this as misinformation and everything else. TikTok banned it. Why would TikTok ban my video putting out, I believe this is false information. Everybody watch out, because they want to spread the rumors. They want to do the fear mongering. They don't want somebody coming out and saying this is bullshit. And then little people like this coming into, oh, I seen a video. Here's the thing. I seen a video a guy made. He's supposedly a little ways from the highway, right? He can hear the highway from his area. Okay. And he heard a motorcycle going by racing up and down the road, a crotch rocket. And then he said he heard some gunshots, about 20 gunshots. Guess what he made the video on? Venezuelan gangs. Number one, you weren't there. You heard something. Somebody rolling up and down the road. I mean, anybody from Colorado, have y'all heard, before this whole Venezuelan shit, have y'all heard gunshots in Colorado? Have you heard gunshots? Was there gang violence in Chicago? There gang violence, I know, in Colorado, Aurora, and that area. There always has been. So my outlook is here, just because you heard a gunshot, you automatically assume it's a Venezuelan. And this is what people are doing. I seen another video, kind of like the one that I made, where the person's got their camera and they're looking out their door and they're playing. You can hear it clearly. It's coming from their phone, the sound, or they added the fucking machine gun sound and everything else. You don't see nobody out there shooting. You don't see anybody. And here's the thing. If it was real, TikTok would have removed it, because they removed that video that I made. Said it shows graphic violence and firearms. But people are actually allowed to put the video on TikTok, all these places, X and everything else, of the Venezuelans walking up the stairways and everything with firearms, right? And that stuff being spread all over TikTok. But I make a video myself, add the sound and everything else, even at the end of the video, saying this is an experiment. And even when I did my appeal, they rejected it. I mean, I'll show you right here. Because they don't want anybody, the way I feel about it, I'm over the target, and they don't want anybody exposing that this is a bunch of lies. Okay? Where is it? Right here. I don't know if we can see that. Maybe not. Actually, no. I think I can pull it. Maybe I can pull it up on my computer here. I've got TikTok up here. Because activity. Strikes. No. System notifications. Are we still seeing this up here? Let's see here. Live ready. Right here. New strike added. Opening TikTok app. Well, I can't bring that up. See, appeal not approved right there. Basically, that video, I'll read it to you because I can pull it up over here because I have to put that in. So, literally, Aurora, Venezuela gangs, Hells Angels, that was my hashtag, Venezuelan gangs, shootout. Shocking graphic content, firearms and dangerous weapons. But they're allowing all these other videos was probably video from Venezuela. Probably, but this is the it even I don't know if y'all can see that. The camera is not because it's white, but it says content cannot be restored. The other video didn't have no guns in it or nothing else. I was just saying I think this is misinformation. I think the motorcycle guy, and it was 3 days ago that I put that video up. It got me a strike for misinformation. But everybody else can spread stuff that they hear. Oh, well, TikTok's making money off the propaganda. That's the whole point. You see what I'm saying? TikTok is making profit off that video. I mean, when I see people showing videos of motorcycles heading to Colorado, and they took video from almost looks like back in the 90s, and the cars were old ass cars going down the road, and you can tell it was an old video, and it's got across the bar, the Hells Angels are headed to Colorado. The reason why people are having to use fake video and shit. I mean, somebody did one off the Chicago deal. They did it off the image. It showed the image off of Google Maps of these apartments, supposed apartments, because you see them moving the thing about. And then when they zoom in to the thing and talking about the Venezuelans, right? It was black people sitting on the damn stoop. And here's the other question: How can you tell? How can you tell? Um, if somebody's Venezuelan from a video? How can you tell if someone is Venezuelan? Okay, like I said, I'm want somebody to drop that link to this. I'll pull it up. We'll go over there and check it out. I want to see what he's got. So, how is it that you can tell someone is Venezuelan from a video? It's kind of like that video I made. There's more than one. More than one what? Um, yeah, they're marketing the propaganda. I mean, somebody else over this guy with a red beard and everything else, he did these things, and he says, "Rumor says, rumor." See, he used the term, but people don't hear that. And then he was using pictures of some gang members saying they're Venezuelan gang members. There's more than one gang leader? Yeah. Well, I imagine there is. But my understanding is, I believe down in Chicago, an actual Venezuelan did get shot that was standing on the corner, and somebody just rolled up and shot him. Doesn't say that the guy was a gang member. Somebody could have rolled up and shot. I mean, Venezuela, they speak Spanish and stuff like that, right? Or Venezuelan, isn't that a form of Spanish, Hispanic? I mean, what's going to happen if Venezuelans go out there and mistake somebody that's Mexican for a Venezuelan and shoot them? I mean, the whole thing is what's happening is we're creating a whole bunch of vigilantes here, and here's the thing, here's the law: you have the right to protect yourself, okay? And let's say here in Oklahoma, we pretty much have open carry. We're in a constitutional carry state and stuff like that. Now, if you were out in public and somebody attacked you and you pulled and you had to use deadly force, then that would be one thing. But a lot of people go to jail because they go outside their home towards the danger. And the way the DA spins this, you weren't afraid of your life if you went out looking for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're supposed to retreat. The way what they expect you to do is to retreat at least inside your home. Then if they come in, because they don't care about your property, the state, the city, the government, um, Texas, can you come up in here and grab that link? Because I can't get it. Let me get her on the phone here. I mean, the reality of it is, if you go out looking for the danger, you go looking for the fight, you're going to jail. I mean, period. Aurora gang leader arrested and raid. All right, let's see here. We'll just go to YouTube and see if we can't find it here. We can do that too. Aurora gang member arrested. Where I don't see this video. Um, Aurora. I'm doing this wrong. Venezuelan gang member arrested, Aurora, Colorado. I'm not finding this. G-Gab, can you send me the link in my email? Hold on here. I heard somebody come up here. Maybe Texas is up there. In my email? Oh,
Please check your email, fine sir. The link that GGAB posted in the chat is in your email.
10-4.
Were caught by surprise when the electrical grid.
This is big breaking emergency news. Authorities in Colorado, in Aurora, Denver, and Arapahoe County are now raiding apartment buildings. This is another apartment building that has been taken over inside of Aurora. This is happening right now. Police are raiding these buildings, and they just revealed that they have arrested multiple members of this gang that has been taken over. And it's also been revealed that they have arrested a key leader of this gang as well. So this is a big development, and we could even see responses, retaliations to things like this from this gang inside of the city. We have statement from the mayor on this as well. We're going to get into all these details really quick, guys. Please just hit that like and that subscribe. I'm posting multiple videos a day, keeping you guys updated on all this big news going on right now, and it helps to get these warnings out. I appreciate that. All right, so another apartment complex has been taken over. This is insane.
Okay.
And
Get to it.
police are raiding it, and they have arrested 4 members of this gang. And also ICE is involved, federal authorities, SWAT operations, special investigations were all involved in this raid. And they're saying that they also captured one of the leaders of this gang as well. So this is big. They are making moves, and they are making arrests, and maybe they haven't revealed this yet because they had
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
investigations going on behind the scenes, but they just revealed this, and things are happening. But we could also see retaliations from these criminal organizations. So this is happening at the Ivy Crossing Apartments, and this is near the crossing of Quebec and Harvard Street. This is, according to the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, reportedly did a sweep operation and arrested 4
Reportedly.
TDA gang members. And it says the operation was a joint op by special investigators from SWAT and ICE. It says they recovered a stolen car, multiple illegal substances of different kinds, and they stopped a car with attempt to locate from Aurora PD for a homicide at the 11th and Dallas Street. All right, it says 6 total were taken into custody, and 4 part of the TDA were given to ICE. All right, so 4 gang members have been arrested at the Ivy Crossings apartment, which is in Aurora. It's right here, right? It's right near all this other stuff. It's 5 minutes away from all these other reports that I've been covering the past week that this has been going on. And this has actually been going on for months, but this is reaching a tipping point. So police and authorities did make this arrest. And it's actually interesting that the Arapahoe Police Department are coordinating with ICE to make this arrest. So I think that's a good thing that they are doing that, because normally their sanctuary status of the state normally prohibits cooperation. So I think that
Here. What do we got here? What do we got here? Where we got here? What do 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 we got here? Not one fucking receipt.
Here's the big secret about
Okay. Somebody's sitting there talking. Okay. So let's go look it up. Let's go look it up. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, no footage, no proof of gang. We'll look it up. Right here. Aurora police investigation, Venezuelan gang takeover. Okay. She hit a lady and her daughter in 2011. Daughter is paralyzed from it. Was she drunk? UK? Yeah, I know, Tommy. I saw that stuff going on. But see, that's the same thing. I've been following what's going on over there too. Our governments have brought these people into our country, right? I keep having this argument with people, because people say they're illegal, right? They're illegal. Again, NGOs are going down, UN, all of them are going down to these countries. They're knocking on doors, got little pamphlets, they're handing it to people, telling them they will pay them to come up here. They will pay for them to get here. What they do is they bring them across up to the Mexican border, and they turn them over to coyotes. Then the coyotes are bringing them up, okay, not to the border crossings, These people don't know, oh, I got to go to a border crossing. They're being brought up by the coyotes, turned over to the coyotes, human traffic, basically. A lot of these individuals are being forced to do what they're doing. We've got a lot of human trafficking going on in this. We got a bunch of children, and some of these people are being forced to do the gang activity or to sell drugs. Okay. Um, and they've got family members in Mexico being held hostage or still back in Venezuela because they got to give the money to the gangs down there. This is what's going on. But there are good people there too that are affected. Good people that are trying to leave that fucking communist country down there. Yeah, they have apps. Yeah, and they're teaching them what to say to come across the border. So the government is allowing them to come in. So if the government is allowing them to come in, technically they're not illegal because the government is allowing it. But they want you to have that mentality. They're illegal. They're illegal. You're not. You're. Everybody's attacking them because they're being recruited. Coming. You're talking about people that make 50 cents, maybe $2 a freaking week if they're lucky. Okay, or maybe not anything. They're living in little shacks and everything else. These people are promising them a better life to come up here. They're being as manipulated as we are. And they're trying to turn us into vigilantes. When you say illegal immigrant, that's why do you think all the fucking main fucking topic? I mean, this is the reason why us or Trump supporters, uh, Republicans, people are voting for Trump. I don't claim to be MAGA. I'm going to vote for Trump. Matter of fact, I was a registered Democrat. Okay. Back in 2007, I was a dumbass and voted for Obama the first time. But I can tell you what, when I figured out what the hell was going on, and he gave money to all them big corporations, all that stuff, and all the reason why I registered to be a Democrat, because I never been registered to vote before. But supposedly, I call my mom. What are we? Which? What are we? Democrats? Or, yeah, I guess kind of like a heritage thing. You know what I'm saying? What are we? Are we Democrats or Republicans? Which side are we on? Oh, we're Democratic. But I can tell you right now, and another reason why I voted for Obama over John McCain, no name, songbird, piece of shit, traitor, okay, is because everybody in the military knows who John McCain is, what he did, okay? They just want us. I mean, they've been trying to freaking stir up a war between us and black people. They're stirring that pot of racism. They want another riot. They want us to go into. They want people to rise up against one another. I mean, most of these people over there in Chicago, they're pissed that these people are getting all these benefits and everything else over there in Chicago. Okay, people are put like that video, like I said, those individuals that went up the stairs with the pews that they're allowing all over the place, all on social media. I can't even put the video that I made, clipped and made and everything else up because TikTok automatically, but everybody else that's pushing the propaganda, boom, it's out there. Because here's a little thing, guys, I want to tell you right now. You think I don't know if a lot of people got your eyes open, but where the hell's Biden? Who's running this country right now? He's under they announced impeachment, right? And a couple of days after they announced impeachment on him, he decided that it came out that he wasn't going to run. Okay. So now Kamala is running. Excuse me. Kamala is running. What people don't realize, I don't think they're going to get to the point of impeaching Joe. I think Mr. Joe's going to disappear. You know, he's going to get sick, and you know that's what they're going to say. Or I lean more towards that way. Or he's going to step down. Or because see, the left already see the writing on the wall. Kamala's not going to win up against Trump. We all know that. You've got Raskin come out saying, "Oh, we're going to disqualify Trump, then we're going to get bodyguards for everybody, and we're going to prepare for civil war-like conditions." And that's your freaking literally to talking sedition or insurrection on a duly elected president. They're not going to allow him to take office. That's all over the place. They are not going to allow him to take office. Period. And all they had to do is swear her in. We don't know who's coming in with her as vice president. That don't even matter. But if they can kick off, and my problem is the guy that owns the apartments is a member of APEC and a ZJ, like that girl was talking about, right? Remember the ones that want to foment the three world wars? You know, the ones that call us Goyim, okay? He's a slumlord over there, and hell, he probably brought those guys in there to do what they're doing anyways. You know, he's taking some of that government money that Section 8 and stuff for those Venezuelans to come in there and stay in those apartments. And then probably what's happening is the Venezuelans and these people are freaking calling the state because he's got 2 lawsuits against him right now by the state of Colorado. And he's probably made this flip on them. Oh, we got Venezuelan gangs in here. Maybe he did bring in a few gang members and everything else to let them stay there. And he's making his story up because this way, see, the state has got these lawsuits on him for him to fix the apartments, okay? Because he's receiving government money for these people to be in those apartments, but they're fucking trashed out. They're condemned. And either he's got to fix them, the money that he got, he's either got to fix those apartments or everybody's got to get out of the apartments. So, oh, well, it's the Venezuelans gang's fault. You know, I mean, and then this whole story and everything. Oh, the Hell's Angels. And the reason why they told you the Hell's Angels were going up there to see how many people would show up thinking the Hell's Angels is going to be there. Okay. Right now, all you got to do, you got is a couple guys. And somebody's telling me, oh, they saw a video where somebody said they had some Venezuelans on camera walking through a corridor somewhere or another with some AR-15s, right? The video was up, and I was like, oh, really? Oh, really? I mean, so this guy standing out there video recording these gang members and he was allowed to upload it and everything else, or was that staged so he can get? That's all I'm seeing right now, because a lot of people are making these videos just like that video everybody just told me to watch. Um, they don't have no video footage of Venezuelan gangs. He didn't have no video footage yet of these arrests. Okay, I'm not saying I see some articles over there that are saying about it, and I'm gonna pull them up here in a minute. But the point is, okay, why does he need to make a video about it? You know, why does he need to make a video about it and stir the pot and add his opinion and context into the story. You can just go look it up. You know, you can go over there and look, because a lot of these people are making up shit to get your clicks, likes, your money, your donations, and everything else. You know, it's kind of like a couple of you got a little bit fooled about that headline up there. I put Hell's Angels headed to Aurora, Colorado. Question mark. Are they? Are they there? I'm asking the question. Are they there? No. I mean, we are being manipulated, and that's all. This is what this is about. Stop being easily manipulated. Use critical thinking, right? Everybody. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now. The woman that was sitting at the video, I watched the video where the lady's sitting at the in Colorado, and she's sitting there, and the little Venezuelan girl is washing her windshield. What, right? I told you I didn't want you to touch my car. These damn Venezuelan gang. You see what I'm saying? This lady's supposedly rolling around all the time making videos. Look, because she sees a Venezuelan or somebody looks like a Venezuelan on the side of the road. You know, what do they call that? Profiling, isn't it? Profiling? Isn't that what that's called? She sees somebody that looks Venezuelan or Hispanic. Oh, look, a Venezuelan gang member right there. There's a Venezuelan gang member. Hell, look at me. You probably look at me right now and go, look, there's a Hell's Angel or a biker. Actually, I am a biker, but I'm not a 1% or anything. I know banditos. Hell, they hosted my wedding um, back 17 years ago over here Labor Days, right? All the bikes that people saw in Colorado were going to the Four Corners biker rally to drink some beer and have a good time. And the way we all feel about it, I mean, and I've been around some hardcore bikers and stuff, and I can tell you right now, you know the way we feel about it? Fuck you, libtards. You asked for it. You fix your own shit. And as a patriot, you asked for it. Fix your own goddamn shit. You allowed them to come over here. You asked for them to come over here. You reap what the fuck you sow. And I'll tell you right now, if you're a patriot and this stuff was true, if this stuff was true, then get the fuck out of that area. You got an election coming up, and I'm going to tell you right now, some shit's going to spark off. Somehow or another, the pot's going to get stirred just enough where some shit's going to spark off before the election. And it just a theory, okay? Some stupid idiot's going to start some shit, right? I'm telling you right now, I pulled up a deal. Look and see where your non-sanctuary counties is in Colorado. Maybe if you got any friends out that way, or if people live out there in that outlying area, maybe for right now, we just, I'm gonna be quite honest with you. Here's my opinion. Patriots, get the fuck out of Colorado over there right now. Go out to the outer line counties. And if these Venezuelan gangs are over there, let them fucking have them fucking liberals. Eat their fucking asses. You can have, as far as I'm concerned, you Venezuelans can have every fucking thing they got. Okay? Go eat the fucking rich. Go eat the elites. The ones that's fucking stirring the pot. Go get them politicians and everything else, because you're being manipulated. You're being used as well. All you are is their new fucking slave. That's what they're bringing you over here, because they want you to fight against us for communism. You know, so they can bring in communism. That's what Kamala's about. All I'm saying is, I say we turn them motherfuckers loose on the libs. and we just go out to the outer line. You go out to the outer line places out here, band together. As long as you don't fuck with no patriots, you can have all the fucking libtards and lefties you want. That's the way I see it. Shit, we'll put up a border wall so they can't get out. You can have them. I mean, don't they want civil war with us? Do they not attack us? Do they not threaten us? I say let the fucking immigrants and every one of these motherfuckers have all these lefties, because most of these people left a country, the red and blue division. Oh, I'm not in the red and blue. It's nothing to do with red. I'm talking about communist. I'm talking about socialist. I didn't say Democrats. Hey, if you're a Democratic patriot, get the fuck out of there. Because Golden, here's the thing. Remember what I said? I was several years ago a registered Democrat. I'm not about that bullshit. Because there we go again. Everybody's labeling all the Democrats bad. Well, I guess I was a Democrat, so I was bad. I voted for Trump twice. I'm gonna vote for him the third time. Actually, I feel like I'm more independent than anything else. It has nothing to do with red and blue. It has to do with people pushing a communist fucking agenda in this country, and a socialist agenda. We are constitutional republic, not a democracy. I'm watching over on TikTok every day people pushing this communist agenda. And here's the aspect. These people that brought them over brought these individuals in, supposedly going to use them for their army anyways. I say we flip the script and let them have those people. Because number one, you know, most of us country folk and everything else probably wouldn't be a good idea to come out here and mess around. That's the reason why they're being allowed to do what they're doing in these liberal cities. Yeah. I consider myself probably unaffiliated as well. I mean, because I'll be quite honest with you, I believe there's just as many bad people on the Republican side up there sitting in Congress need to go too. The bird, same bird, both wings belong to the same bird. We got rhinos up there. Matter of fact, I believe that the individuals that have dual citizenships with another country should be gone. Period. Well, Trump did say we're going to have what, the biggest deportation there is. There is. But I'm going to tell you right now, if here's the thing, being former military, I mean, I'm still in pretty good shape. I can still do guard duty. I can still do security. I can still roll somebody up, if I have to, legally. I can arrest somebody. I've done security before, bounced at bars before. I've handled all kinds of stupid people. Here's the thing. If I was called back up, I'd go help. But I'm just not going to go over there and just start people because they're a different race or whatever. I'm not. The only way I'm going to do that is if you're a direct threat to me. Period. I have a right to defend myself. And a lot of the people out there is running around. I've got a little argument going on right now over on over on X right now with somebody because somebody posts a mean thing or picture. The Second Amendment or we are the people have the right to overthrow their government or the constitutional right to overthrow their government. It says nowhere in the fucking Constitution you have the right to overthrow. That's insurrectionist talk and that's sedition, right? Now, you do have the right to alter or to abolish, to throw off, and to rebel. People think rebellion means run out and fight, right? No, that's not. That is a form of rebellion. Yeah, it can go either way. But the term rebellion they're talking about, let's say, um, you got to pay your taxes. Fuck you. That's like your children's rebel against their parents, right? The parents got rules. Your kid basically sneaks out or what, rebels, doesn't follow the rules. Okay, that's what rebel means, to be rebellious. But if you go out looking for the fight, like I say again, our forefathers they did the Declaration of Independence. They sent it to, and I'll tell you right now, I think that's what we need to do. Do a Declaration of Independence from this corporation pretending to be a government, because that's all it is. Okay, everybody's acting out there. Nobody is technically. This is not a government. It's fraud. Look it up. It's a fraud. All their laws, every fucking thing they're doing is a fraud. But see, here's the thing. Here's where I stand. The only place I gotta be justified. You know where I have to be justified? It ain't by y'all. It ain't by my fellow men, because you're not the ones gonna judge me. When I go stand before my creator, I won't be justified. And people out here spreading rumors and making shit up and doing shit, you're gonna have to stand before God one day and explain your works. Okay? You're gonna have to stand before your creator one day, and you're gonna have to explain when they wrote all this up here. Why did you spread this bullshit? Why did you believe this bullshit? Why did you push this bullshit and hate against another group of people? You think God cares whether or not these Venezuelans are illegal or not? Or do you think God cares about this label that you're putting on these individuals? Do you think do you think God cares about what the color of your skin is going to be when you stand before Him, or what religion you were in? What He's going to care about is your character. That's what He's going to care about. He's going to look at your character. He already knows what's in your heart. He can see every one of you right now. What's in your heart? Okay. He's going to see. I mean, actually, a lot of you doing it for the whole world to see. A lot of you are doing it for the whole world to see out here on these videos when you're spreading misinformation. Thou shalt not lie, right? But boy, people can be hypocritical and everything else. They don't look at themselves. See, that's the thing right there. The only person you have power over, the only person that God gave you power over, is yourself. That's what it means to self-govern. To watch what you think, watch what you say. How do I know? Do you know God personally? Hell yeah, I know God personally. Damn sure does. Talks to me all the time. Sometimes he even calls me a dumbass. Hey, dumbass, why'd you do that? I don't know, Father. That was fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? You know that part in the Bible where it says, be still and listen? He'll talk to you. Oh yeah, I'm an ordained minister. But I'll tell you one thing, like this, I'm more like that. I'm more like that minister that'll kick them tables over and whip you out of the fucking temple. Period. I'll be your friend. I'll drink a beer with you. I'll counsel you. I'll do whatever. I'll be the whatever you need in the moment. If you need an asshole, I'll be the fucking asshole. Because I'm not going to be fake. I've said this for years. I'm not going to be fake. I'm going to tell you just exactly how I feel. I'm going to be honest with you. If I think you're a stupid fuck up, you're a stupid fuck up. Period. Ever heard of that stuff, tough love? And a matter of fact, if everybody actually read your Bible, Jesus told his disciples to go buy a sword, right? He said to prepare your hands for combat, for battle. Well, mine are prepared. Are yours? Because there's going to come a time, like Jesus said, there's going to come a time where you're going to go up there and you're going to say, but, but Jesus, I did all these good works. I did all these good things and everything else. And he's going to go, I never knew you. He's going to spit you out of his mouth. Do you understand? That's what I'm trying to say here. There are good people there that came over here were were manipulated to come here, and then we're pissed about it. I get it, but I'm gonna tell you right now. I grew up down in Texas. I did construction. I did landscaping and stuff when I was growing up. 17, 18 years working on a landscape crew. A whole bunch of hell, the whole damn thing was a bunch of Mexican guys, right? A lot of them were illegal. They weren't here. They didn't have papers. But I'm going to tell you right now, if I didn't have something for lunch or I didn't have something for breakfast or whatever, they'd hand me a taco. Hey, Tomas, no lunch, no lunch. No, not today. No dinero. Un taco? Sí, sí. Muchas gracias. But I'm telling you right now, driving concrete mixers out there, watching people work, these individuals work all day long in 120, 110, 120-degree weather in that hot mud, spreading that concrete, bent over, pulling that mud down there on the hands and knees and smoothing that stuff out. I have more respect for them than I do half the fucking people in this country. Okay? To be quite honest with you, because they're out there working. Half the people are sitting around drinking and partying and not even don't even have a job, collecting welfare and benefits. I mean, my reality of it is if somebody wants to come over here for a better life, come the fuck on. Because I can tell you right now, there's plenty of jobs out there. Everybody's like, there's no job. No, nobody wants to work. Okay. That's the issue. Nobody wants to work. Matter of fact, I just showed y'all that bullshit. A bunch of people think they're gonna get rich quick and go fucking write a hot check, stick it in the ATM, 10, 20, 30, 40, 150, da 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 da. And you can go transfer that money around and everything else. Well, that's wire fraud. You just committed bank fraud. Uh, and you're out there showing other people how to do it, you just fucking committed conspiracy to commit bank fraud. So there's 3 felonies: wire fraud, check fraud, more especially over a certain amount. Those are felonies. And then they're going to sit there and let those felonies rack up. And every time you transfer that money trying to hide it is another charge of wire fraud. Okay. It's theft. So I just watched. I mean, literally watched individuals all morning. First thing I woke up this morning, I was like, "What the fuck is Chase Bank glitch? Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? You people fell for that? Oh my God. $1 million fine up to 30 years in prison. That right there tells me 90% of the people out here are not that damn bright. I mean, how many people how long yeah, Kevin, I see you. What's going on? How many people out there? Well, it depends, but see, here's the thing, John, that you're talking about state prison. If you go over a certain amount, like $2,500, that's federal. Okay. And that's 30 years. You just robbed a fucking bank. I mean, these individuals would have literally been better off to put on a mask, right? Walk into the bank because they wrote it on their account with their social security number, their address, standing at the damn ATM, their picture, them actually doing it. Hell, to be quite honest with you, I wouldn't. Somebody, I think Texas is saying that Chase Bank's going through bankruptcy or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that damn whole thing wasn't put out by Chase to set people up to go do that, because now they can get all this extra money and everything else. You have a special 2-year-old guest. Well, bring that 2-year-old guest up. Let's better watch my language. I can't see her. There she is. Hi. Hi, Tweety.
Hi.
What are you doing?
There's Uncle Tom.
Here's Uncle Tom. What are you doing?
See, I get in bed. Look, you're live on the camera. Yeah. Say, Uncle Tom, go give him hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Love you, sweetheart.
Say, love you, Uncle Tom.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Yeah, Tex said that paperwork. So.
Right. Okay. Well, we had a special guest there. Wasn't she cute? Should run for office. Actually, you know what? If I was going to run for any office at all, it'd probably be sheriff. You know why? Because I'd be a constitutional sheriff, and then I would deputize everybody in my fucking county, and we'd go clean the town up, get all the corrupt individuals out.
Sheriffs have the high. The sheriff is in the land. Honest to God.
In the county.
It doesn't matter.
So
every sheriff collectively has more power than anybody in the country.
So the point is, yeah, that's what I would do. I pretty much deputize everybody and all these city council members and everything else. I'd go in and I'd do investigations on them, do FOIA requests, get everything, have a couple deputies that are investigators. Run for office. Run for office. Yeah, there you go. Oh boy, then they get that special immunity, don't they? Oh Lord. Look, that's another thing. This damn bullshit immunity stuff. Um, but I'm gonna see if I can pull up these articles here real quick. I want to see this one. I need to share the screen. I mean, there are some stuff on the news, but then again, are we supposed to believe now people are believing the news, right? Share. Where is it? Oh, I'm at the wrong one.
Into claims at the edge of Lowry Apartments. APD's interim police chief Heather Morris says gang members have not taken over the complex, and they're reassuring the community they are investigating criminal activity.
We are actively investigating criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're missing. What are we missing, and actually find out what exactly is going on.
Governor Jared Polis spoke with CNN, saying the state is ready to step in at a moment's notice in Aurora if needed, and adding that the state takes these kinds of threats very seriously. But he says Aurora officials have not raised that alarm.
So all we await is a call from Aurora saying there's any building in the control of any gang, and we are ready to help take it back. That call has not happened because Aurora Police does not currently believe, or they haven't told us, that there's any buildings in control of gangs.
Aurora's mayor, Mike Kaufman, on the other hand, says the city is seeking an emergency court order to shut down apartment buildings that he claims have been overrun by a Venezuelan gang by declaring them a criminal nuisance. And Mayor Kaufman says the apartments seeking gang activity are all under that same ownership that had multiple code violations and criminal activity preceding the migrant crisis, and a judge must grant that order before the city can clear out the buildings.
Yeah, well, thank you, Adria. This is obviously something that even presidential candidates are talking about right now. So thank you so much for bringing us this updated information. The city of Aurora also confirming it has arrested a documented member of that gang. Police arrested this man Wednesday in connection to a shooting at the Nome Street apartments that the city previously shut down over code violations. 2 people were shot and a third had a broken ankle. He is currently in ICE custody. Let's get to some other local.
So there's one arrest. Where the hell is it down?
First today, we did learn that 4 Venezuelan gang members have been arrested in Arapahoe County.
Fox 31's Vicente Arena speaking to the Arapahoe County Sheriff about how that unfolded. He joins us live from the Sheriff's Office with new information here at 5. Vicente.
Jeremy, we have been talking to the sheriff today, asking a lot of questions about how this all came to be. And one of the main things that they shared with us today is that they focused on an area where there had been problems with crime. In other words, trouble had been brewing there.
The Arapahoe County Sheriff's deputies focused its community policing efforts on this swath of apartment complexes. They're located near South Quebec Street and East Harvard Avenue in unincorporated Arapahoe County. Officers from the Sheriff's Department, ICE, and the Department of Homeland Security blanketed the area on August 21st.
We're looking for any violation that we can stop and make contact with somebody and address any issues that they might have.
The teams were looking for, among other things, stolen vehicles and persons wanted by other jurisdictions. This proactive operation took place where there had been 2 officer-involved shootings and a SWAT situation over the last 5 years.
There had been some conversation that there were some things going on in our jurisdiction, and we developed a plan.
6 people were arrested. 4 of them, the sheriff said, were confirmed members of the Tren de Aragua gang out of Venezuela. 750 counterfeit pills, some ketamine, and a stolen car were confiscated. The arrests come at a time when news of alleged crimes gang members have been committing in Aurora has been making headlines. The Arapahoe sheriff says he's hoping the arrests here keep problems with gangs from getting any worse.
And that's the whole idea. Stop the problem before it gets out of control. Another question I asked the sheriff today, could we see other community proactive police operations like this in the future? He said, you bet, especially if they learn that there are gang members involved. Reporting live at the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
And see, and here's the deal. I mean, I never said there wasn't no gang members. I actually said that there were, not all of them were gang members. Okay. There are criminals there. I know there's criminals that came across the border. Okay. And I understand that. But here's the thing. I didn't hear anything about any guns being confiscated or any weapons and heavy artillery and everything I've heard about. A few drugs and everything else. I mean, Venezuela, but see, here's the thing. You say Venezuelans. If there's one would just, instead of saying Venezuela, one would just say gang members. What about the other gang members and the other gang violence that's going on? There are other gangs in Colorado? Anybody?
Yeah, if I could jump in with you here, Tom.
Yeah.
I worked at Rite of Passage Charter High School, which is a youth at in Nevada. And all of our clients, all of our youth inmates were from Colorado. There's been a gang presence, different nationalities, there's African American, Hispanic, white. There's gang influence in Colorado. It's been in the 90s, really heavy since the 90s. I was there late 90s all the way up until about 2002. And like I said, every single inmate, we have 2 campuses. One was an athletic training center and the other one was a military boot. And we had about 1,400 people in our care, and they were all from Colorado, Aurora.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about it. And the dumbass, everybody, I'm gonna say this. Everybody calling for the Hell's Angels to show up. They're a gang. They are a gang. Okay? And whatever your Venezuelan gang is doing, the Hell's Angels is doing. Allegedly. You gotta use that. Okay? Or if you believe the media, okay, I'm gonna say if you believe the media, they're involved in the same shit. And supposedly some stuff that's a little worse. So if the police made arrests, that means they're doing their job. Why do we need vigilantes out there trying to start shit? You have a right to protect yourself, but if you're going to go out there and look for violence, I mean, this shit is all being blown out of proportion. A lot of it. You've got gang members there. I am not saying it's not dangerous there. Go in Chicago. Go into Chicago. I mean, look at the stuff everybody's talking right now about all this stuff. Go into Chicago and go deal with the gangs over there that have taken over fucking neighborhood blocks. Okay? Y'all worried about a damn apartment where a slumlord ZJ runs. That's part of APAC. And that has two lawsuits from the state for being a slumlord. Call for patriots. Patriots ain't gonna go to fucking Colorado and help your asses. You change the laws in Colorado, make it a red state, get rid of the whole sanctuary deal, get rid of your liberal. I mean, why would patriots come into a blue state to do something against some immigrants and walk into a setup? Because the full weight of the government would come down upon our heads if we did. And anybody else that is this live? Yeah, Kevin. Sorry, I didn't see you over there. Yeah, Kevin, I'm live. I see you over on X. Um, and I guess over there on X, if y'all want to comment. Or come over here to YouTube if you want to watch it over here, GWT333. But if you come over here, Kevin, if you want to come up, come over to YouTube. I could drop you a link. You can come in. But all I'm sitting here saying is people are believing the hype. They're jumping to conclusions, spreading a bunch of false information. They're wanting us to attack what they brought in. They've created an enemy for us. Okay. Because I can tell you right now, most of the individuals are putting out all this fake stuff and everything else and spreading the rumors. I mean, why don't we hear about some other gang violence that's going on in Colorado instead of people are saying, because any violence that's going on in Colorado right now, guess who it's getting blamed on? The Venezuelans.
Yep, that's winner chicken dinner right there. That's exactly what's going on,
Right.
Tom.
If I was any other gang right now and I wanted to go do some shit, I go do it. And maybe leave a Venezuelan gang sign or something, whatever the fuck they are. I don't know. You know.
So I'm Juniper. I'm covering for Texas right now.
Kevin Bumstead, he's over here. Let me drop that link. I mean, and here's the deal. If anybody's got any other stuff they want to share, grab that link right there, Kevin. Click on that. That'll bring you in. You come into the back side of here. I'll pull you up. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, that whole fucking state, that whole fucking state of fucking libtards of fucking uh, descend on our asses. They'll call out the fucking National Guard on us. That's the reason why they want everybody come into Colorado. Everybody's trying to push that stuff. I'm not stupid. Let's see here. Bring you up here. What's going on, Dagwood?
Shoot, I crawled into bed and said, well, I wonder what old GWT doing.
Over here ranting and raving.
That's a good thing. I don't know how to turn the damn camera off. I don't think nobody wants to see me laying up in the bed.
Usually there's a button right there. You might have to scroll up a little bit. There should be like a camera button on it. Are you on your phone? There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, there you go. You got it.
What's that?
I said you got it.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't know. I probably could have turned your camera off. Shit.
This is the first time I've been on over here. I mean, I've been on TikTok with you, but
Yeah, I know. What do you think about all this stuff?
I think it's a bunch of horse shit. Honestly, just another way to divide and conquer.
Another distraction.
Yep. And doing something else.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing here. What the hell? Where'd I go? So many buttons down there. And that's the whole thing here. I just see so much manipulation, people being manipulated, and people are buying the fucking deal and spreading it and spreading shit. And here's the thing, guys: if you spread something and somebody gets killed, innocent person gets killed, you're liable for it. That blood is on your hands.
Yep.
Explain that to your creator.
I'll tell you what, anybody want to go in and watch a movie? Oh crap! I watched it last. It's called Sugar Mountain. Get it on YouTube. You want to talk about what a narrative will do to people? Watch that movie, Sugar Mountain. It's
Sugar Mountain.
It's mind blowing. Yeah, Sugar Mountain.
That's on YouTube. You want to drop the link over there for everybody, so they got it.
No, I'm just I can find it real quick.
I mean, that's the whole thing. There's like that movie Wag the Dog, right? Where these reporters and stuff do something to start a war, spread all this information. They want us to fight between ourselves. They're trying to create an enemy. They're trying to create an enemy where we attack one another and fight. That way they can suspend the election. They can declare civil war or declare whatever, you know. I mean, I literally talked to somebody that, oh, they're illegal. I think we need to go over there to the border and just start shooting them when they're coming across. Do you hear that? And I asked them, okay, so you want to go over there and shoot women and children coming across the border? Oh, no. Well, if you go shoot, you might hit one of them women and children coming across the border. Does that not sound, to me, that sounds sick and sadistic?
People don't give much thought to what they say and what they think. I mean, I know it's odd to say they don't think about what they think, but literally,
Right.
they just don't.
Well, I want to appreciate everybody for watching tonight. Yeah, I mean, we got right now, what do we got up here? We're not as big as we were the other night. We got all the way up to 1,700 people the other night. We got 131. We got 131 people watching over on X and 42 over here on TikTok. I want to thank y'all for coming in here. I mean, this is my whole thing is this, guys. Don't let them get you in that state of fear and everything else. I'll be quite honest with you. I've met some Venezuelans. They're nicest people I've ever met. They're nicer. I'm quite honest with you. Some of them were nicer than freaking most Americans. You all in Aurora? No, we're not in Aurora. I'm in Oklahoma, Texas, Juniper there in Oregon, and Kevin is where are you at, Kevin?
Texas.
Texas.
Going to stay here too.
Yeah. I'm not. Here's my outlook. Here's what I'm gonna do. If shit hits the fan, you want to know what I'm gonna do? I got several buddies of mine that I've told get your ass here, get your ass right here, because I'm out in the middle, 75 miles out in the middle of nowhere in between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Okay, I got 45 acres, 170 acres, 175 acres over across the road. I hunt, fish, whatever. Neighbors, we got horses, got pigs, goats, chickens. I don't have any right now because I'm a truck driver. So, uh, the and a trucker. You forgot trucker there. Um, the thing is that we got a river over here. We got the Canadian River. I think there's some hogs out there. Got plenty of deer. Everything else. I tell you right now, let the shit hit the fan. I got several buddies that got what they got, and I told them, stuff happens, get your asses over here because we're gonna watch one another's backs. Just period. I'm not gonna go out there and look for the shit. I'm gonna let the shit come to me. I mean, I'll be out there. You won't see me. I'll be out there in my ghillie suit doing security guard, and I've got a damn scope. You glow in the dark. I'll take night duty. I'll take night.
Yeah. Shit hits the fan, we're heading to Oklahoma. You already know that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, trust me, I can reach out and touch you for a long ways. I don't even have to see the whites from your eyes. So, but I'm not
Well,
gonna go. I'm
I
not
got,
gonna go. Go ahead, Kim.
I got the whole river bottom and the whole river bottom crew. Plenty of stuff around here.
Yeah, I mean, us country people, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go out in the city. We're not gonna go. Us patriots, we're not gonna go in the city while y'all are ripping each other apart.
For what?
For what? We don't need to
We'll let,
go to the city.
we'll let that either settle itself
Oh
and then
yeah,
step in and mop up later.
yeah.
We will be in the
If y'all
country.
all weekend,
Absolutely.
you'll be all weak and hungry and out of ammunition and everything else. All that stuff be gone. We'll just be sitting out here with whatever we got.
Well, I can grant you, we are not going hungry.
Hey, I'll give everybody a good idea for a good. I'll give you an idea for a good survival tool to hunt with. Okay, go buy you like a bench. Go like you go to Walmart or Bass Pro Shop. One of those. One of the two. Go get you like a Benjamin air rifle. Okay, you don't have to have a license for it. Go get you a Benjamin air rifle that you can rate the barrel, put one pellet in it or whatever. And you can buy a box of pellets. I hadn't bought them in a while because I've got all I need. I've got thousands of those damn things. You can buy you a little can of 500 of them. Okay, and those things. And when I tell you to buy one of these, get one that's they got some high feet per second stuff, right? Number one, they come in at a pinch. If somebody's coming up to you, you're gonna stall them for a minute. And actually, be quite honest with you, when you're looking at 1,700 feet per second and stuff like that, over 1,200 feet per second,
Yeah.
you can actually,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it will. It can, depending upon where you hit, because it
I,
will. I'm telling you
I
right now, I shot a rabbit in the eye in the dark. All I could see was his eye glowing out there from the flicker of the. I shot him in the eye. It went through his head and out the other side.
I would have to put a plug in for Gammo.
Gammo.
Yeah, I've got a couple of Gammo air rifles, and they are potent.
And I'm telling you, can even kill a hog with it if you hit them behind the ear.
I haven't tried that one yet, but the 22LR seems to do plenty for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, though, that lead coming out of that one there, I think the velocity of those pellet guns are higher than your feet per second. On some of them are higher than what you get in your damn 22 LR, aren't they? Or just comparable with
No,
22.
yeah, they're pretty comparable, but you're talking about a 177 as versus
It's still
22.
it's still gonna go. It's still gonna go. I mean, if you can hit somebody like right here and get through, you hit
Oh
somebody
yeah,
just right. Oh, it's gonna puncture the lung. If it gets right there in that one of the little spots, soft spots between them ribs, or shit, aim for the face,
in the eye, that's
the
over.
eye. You ever
That's over.
watch? Whoever watched Red Rider, or what is
Yeah,
it, Red Rider? Oh, you
yeah,
don't need no BB gun; it'll put your eye out.
yeah. To do more than that.
Right. But no, shit, we ain't gonna go look for no damn action.
No.
No, we'll wait till all the action is over, and then we're gonna come in and mop it up. Just call up us the mop up crew.
Wait for the starvation to set in.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I bet
that's
these people are sitting here going, "You fucking motherfuckers."
well, why not?
Yeah,
You know,
I'm telling you right
another
now,
thing.
most people out there, only people I'm gonna help is the motherfuckers got my back, and most of these people out here don't have my back.
Yeah,
I
no
can tell
kidding.
you that right now. So
Another
fuck all of
excellent
you.
tool, Tom, that you can
Do
get at
what?
Walmart or Bass Pro. Get you a wrist rocket.
Oh
Wrist
yeah,
rocket, you can hunt. It's birds. It's all small game, squirrels, you
yeah,
name it. Works great. Your ammunition's on the ground.
yeah.
Just use rocks.
Yeah.
The only time here, I'm gonna tell you right now, the only time I'm gonna take a call to action if there's one person that calls us to action, and that's my commander in chief. Okay, one person. But for some idiot on YouTube or TikTok or anywhere else, other than if it's something to do, we're going to do stuff legally and lawfully with the Constitution. I'll get involved with that. You know, to stand up and alter our government or to abolish somebody. You know, to recall somebody. Yeah, or if the sheriff. The other way too. The other way I'll stand up is if the sheriff calls me up and deputizes me. Okay, there's two people in this country right now that I'll stand up for. The one of them would be Trump if he said, "I need all able-bodied men or women." Boom, and the sheriff of my county. Fuck the governor. Fuck all the goddamn legislators. Fuck the city councilmen and the mayors and everything else and whoever.
Yep.
That's it. That's it. I did that convoy. I jumped into that convoy. It turned into a fucking shit show. We didn't do nothing. We didn't do a damn thing. I spent 3 months in that. I lost $50,000-$60,000 and still haven't recouped from it. So I won't get involved in nobody else's fucking movement because number one, it gets infiltrated by individuals that are stupid. Okay. And being a military guy, I'd prefer to be in a military with soldiers, okay, that I can trust that's been trained, that can keep a cool head and their wits about them instead of somebody crazy out there that I don't know, have no clue who they are. Hell, they could be a Fed setting me up. And that's why you got to
Most
think anymore. Because
most
I'm telling you
likely
right
they
now,
are.
I tell you, hell, these Hell's Angels, they got Feds in them. They got people undercover. They got CIs and everything else, confidential informants. They got individuals that are criminals that they will send in to join your group and everything else that are there just to set your ass up. That's it. To give intel, to gain intel, spy on you. Oh yeah. So that way, if you're holding one of these meetings, like, I mean, even here, if I was to be militias, the militias have been infiltrated. They got feds in them. 3%ers have been infiltrated. Hell, I believe even the fucking sheriff's association thing they had a couple years ago was infiltrated. They've got these elite have their little spies everywhere, waiting for us to rise up. I say, don't rise up. Do what you got to do. Get somebody that's going to get your back down here, truthfully, in your county sheriff. That's the first motherfucker I worry about. Because you know what? Nobody else can come into your county and fuck with you. Not the feds or anything else. They're supposed to go right over that sheriff's department first. Okay. They're supposed to go to that sheriff's department first, get permission, and be escorted out here by the sheriff. If they're not, call the fucking sheriff. Hey, I got somebody out here pretending to be some kind of law enforcement, says they're ATF. I don't know. All I see, I don't know I don't know who the hell they are. He's got a gun. I need some help out here. Please hurry. You see?
I don't think the ATF is. I don't agree with the ATF.
Fuck the ATF. Fuck the FBI. Fuck all the damn feds. They're not even legit, man. They
I
have
know.
they have no legal standing. Hell, they just overturned that damn the
The Chevron.
yeah, the Chevron difference. They don't have
Yeah,
no
that
authority.
hadn't really.
Under the
That
Constitution, they shouldn't even exist.
that hadn't even taken effect yet. They hadn't even figured out what all it actually affects. With
Everything.
yeah,
Because you got three branches of government. Three branches. Executive, judicial, legislative. That's it. And they're only supposed to provide 19 essential functions. That's all. All this other stuff, Congress does not even have the power under Constitution even to delegate authority to somebody else. Period. But they have. They've appointed people over these agencies, right? These agents.
who have imposed laws and enforced laws, has got no authority to do so.
Well, actually, yeah, Texas, you're right. Texas 3, sheriff calls it'll be infiltrated in 30 fucking minutes. Well, hell, I'll tell you like this, okay? Go over there and go over there. There's a video of Tucker Carlson interview. Oh, well, the hell with it. I'll just pull that shit up. Let me see if I can. Hey, Juniper, can you do me a favor?
What's up?
Or start texting.
What do you need?
Okay, I got two of you up here. Can you go over there on Tucker Carlson's page and find that interview with Rep Clay Higgins and Tucker Carlson?
10-4, give me a second.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. As soon as you announce, if you're gonna have a movement, okay, other than going in there sitting on the toilet, if you're gonna have a movement and you're gonna go protest, and you make the announcement, automatically the infiltrators are gonna show up. They're going to be there to instigate. They're going to be there to give intel of what's going on behind the scenes. Every fucking bit of it. More especially any group of people that get together. Oh yeah. More especially if they're pissed off at the government and they put it out there. Guaranteed. Hell yeah. They're going to be there. I mean, go look how many people that the FBI has set up to find that one guy with a little screw loose in his head or whatever that's anti-government or whatever, and they'll help them purchase the stuff and get the stuff and everything else, and then right before and sometimes I'll be quite honest with you, sometimes they let them carry out the crime that way they can pop them to make themselves look better. They know everything you're planning, everything right here, your phone, everything phone call you're making and everything else. They're listening to it. They know who's who. AI will shorten their response time. Hell, I can tell you right now, if the government wanted to come out after you, why would they use Venezuelans? Why would they use other humans? They got shit right now. They got shit right now where they can fly over and they got these little drones about yay big. Actual little drones. And they're filled with a substance that all they got to do is put your image in it, facial recognition, and your general location of your phone. Well, matter of fact, they don't have to do that. All they got to do is this right here. Send it right towards this. They already know whether you're liberal, whether you're Republican, you're patriot, or whatever. All they got to do is track this thing down, and when that thing gets in the general location, and all they got to do is fly over a damn city. All they got to do is fly out of the city and dump these things out, and it's called a swarm. Okay, that thing come down on you, and fucking fly right at you. Boom! They're already using them over there in Ukraine right now. Yep. Hell, they're even using these damn armor-plated freaking robot dogs to track down Russian soldiers. Those things track you 24/7. They don't need no water. They don't need anything. They even got solar powered panels on them or whatever. Yeah. You don't even know if they wanted to take us out. I mean, hell, the biggest damn thing they do real quick. Number one, everything's gonna go dark.
Yeah.
This won't work. There won't be no communication. So if you got a bug out location outside of town, you better have a damn map already printed out and ready to go in your bug out kit where you're going. If you don't know how to get there, other than GPS. Yes, Deb. Yeah, Deb, that's what they're trying to do. They're right now they're trying to do another pandemic. They're going to pull out all stops. They're going to pull out all stops before this election to get us to go us into something, to poke us. See, that's the reason why they're poking us. You get it? That's the reason why they're poking us. And you got to watch what you're saying, because if you're saying the wrong thing, if you're saying the wrong thing, you're asking for that knock on the door. Period. If you're making threats, everything else, you're asking for that knock on the door. And they will. They get enough on you, they're gonna knock on that door. You make a threat. That's just the way it works, because then they're gonna have the evidence against you. Whatever you post out there and everything, that's evidence they're collecting against you. Point blank. I mean, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you, this is all this is. My reality of it is this: if you live in one of those areas, I'm gonna tell you right now, before the election, get the fuck out. If you got, I ain't telling you to get out of the state, because we need you there in the state. But I don't know if anybody's living in these outer lying towns that are not sanctuary counties, because I looked them up. There's some non-sanctuary counties in Colorado. You've got patriots out there in those deals said, to hell with that shit. Y'all need to, if you're out there in one of those things, what we need to do here, and my idea is this: any patriots that are in town that need to get the hell out of there, get a damn tent, get your RV, go out there, hook it up, go there, get you registered to vote in that county, get the hell out so you can go vote. Because I'm gonna guarantee you some shit's gonna happen in those sanctuary cities where you ain't gonna get in there to be able to vote. You'd be better off being out in one of the other counties or something in your state there. You're gonna have to be staying out there, so temporarily. You might have to go change your damn address on your driver's license or something like that temporarily to go stay out there at your friend's house. But I'm gonna tell you right now, come November or right there before election time, I think the shit's really gonna hit the fan in these big cities, and there's nothing nobody's gonna be able to do about it. Because if you do try to do something about it, you're either gonna wind up unalived or in jail.
You dang sure don't try and do nothing by yourself.
Roy, we're still gonna vote. People still, whether or not it works anyway. The biggest one to vote for, I'm voting for Trump. Get out there and vote for Trump. Period. That's where I'm at with it. It ain't about red. It ain't about Democrat. It ain't. I'm voting for my faith in God. That's it. And Trump ain't my God either. I'm talking about my Father in heaven. I'm praying. I'm praying that He's going to use Trump to do the right thing. Period. You stay isolated. Well, I mean, even then, sweetheart, you better be one bat. I mean, you got to sleep sometimes. So who's going to stand guard? You got to sleep sometimes. And that's going to be the issue. That's the reason why you need to come together as patriots and have a plan in place.
Need to build a community around you.
You need to build a community around you. You need to have a place to fall back to, probably before the shit starts. Because I'm telling you right now, if Trump gets elected, the shit is going to start.
And if he doesn't get elected, the shit's going to start. It's
And here's the thing again. Even then, I'm not going nowhere. The only way, like I said, I get orders from two people: my commander in chief or the sheriff. I'm not going to jump into some militia that I don't know. I'm not going to jump into any group that I don't know that's going to try to go do some stuff. Y'all go on. Y'all go do you, boo. I'm going to stay here and I'm going to do me. Because because I already know once you go do your stupid shit and you get your asses handed to you, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong then.
Well, the bad thing is once you get in there, you got nowhere to go. Anywhere you go, you're just going to lead them right to wherever it is you're trying to find sanctuary. Best to have your sanctuary and stay there till all
you had to do is go to X, but this will work. Let's see here, YouTube. Boob doob 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 doob. I'm gonna play this. Cause I always try to tell everybody about this video. Nobody ever goes and watches it. So I don't know how many other people have seen this. Play.
You're doing manifestation wrong, and I can prove it. I see so many people getting this wrong. They try to manifest.
It has been exactly 3 years since January 6th, the events of January 6th, the racist insurrection that shocked this nation to its core, more profoundly than anything since Pearl Harbor plus the Civil War. And it has taken a while, honestly, even for people who aren't on the side of the professional liars, to realize there's something amiss about what happened that day. Not just the response, the largest law enforcement mobilization in the history of the United States. That was obviously disproportionate because it wasn't a riot that year.
That up a little bit, I think.
But the day itself, there was something about January 6th that didn't feel right. And hovering over that day has remained the question, to what extent was it a setup? And we still don't really know. But what's interesting is how few people have asked that entirely legitimate question. One of the very few, really one of the only in the United States Congress, is a member called Clay Higgins from Louisiana. And in case you haven't seen this stuff, it's worth rewatching. This is from 2022 at a Homeland Security Committee hearing where he asked it just directly of the FBI director. Watch.
Did the FBI have confidential human sources embedded within the January 6th protesters on January 6th of 2021?
Well, Congressman, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I have to be very careful about what I can say about when.
Even now, because that's what you told us 2 years ago.
May I finish? About when we do and do not, and where we have and have not used confidential human sources. But to the extent that there's a suggestion, for example, that the FBI's confidential human sources or FBI employees in some way instigated or orchestrated January 6th, that's categorically false.
Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol.
Gentleman's time has expired. You should not read anything into my.
Yes, it is a hoax. 90%. Let's put it this way. There's Venezuelans there. Okay, yes. There's gang members there. Yes. But there's also all kinds of different gang members in that city as well. Nobody's pointing them. It's just everybody wants to point. It's like they're creating a boogeyman enemy for you. That's what it is. Fear.
Decision not to share information.
Director Ray,
confidential.
gentleman's time has expired.
What a sleazy, repulsive little authoritarian liar Chris Wray is. That's obvious when you watch that tape. The sad part is so few tapes like that exist because so few have confronted him directly and asked questions to which the entire country has a right to know the answer, like that one. Clay Higgins did that. Congressman from Louisiana, Lafayette, joins us in studio. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me, Tuck.
So that was over a year ago that you asked that question, which is a central question, and you asked it as I think is appropriate without any embarrassment at all on behalf of your constituents and the rest of the country. Are you any closer to the answer now?
Well, we're closer to being in a position where we can reveal the answers that we already have. Much of the evidence that we have compiled from investigative effort and over the course of the last couple of years, some offices like my own sort of operating in silos of investigative endeavor have now been able to come together now that we have a Republican majority and we have access to the staffs of the appropriate investigative committees. And so I sit on the oversight committee, and we Republicans run that committee now, and therefore we control the staff. So when you can magnify the efforts that individual members of Congress have pushed within our own offices, when you can magnify those efforts by the skill and the numbers of staff from the committees, you get a lot of evidence reviewed professionally and aligned and assembled into essentially a case file. And in this case, this is a big file because the involvement of certain actors, you could say deep state actors within the federal government, to set the stage for what happened in J4, 5, and 6, and to entrap thousands of Americans from across the country and to lure them into this set stage on J4, 5, and 6. The people that were involved in that is quite a large web. So yes, sir, we do have a great deal of evidence compiled, and we're gradually, professionally rolling that evidence out.
You sort of answered the question right there in larger terms. You just said that elements within the federal government, I assume law enforcement, intel, and military, and I'm using your words, lured Americans to Washington into what you called a trap.
Yes, sir.
So that would, I mean, that's a shocking, and I assume that's a sober conclusion based on the evidence. That's what you're saying.
That would be my sober assessment as an investigator, and I love my country, and I've always been a staunch defender of the thin blue line, and I would proudly count the FBI amongst that number. It's like brothers to me. So to find that level of conspiratorial corruption at the highest levels of the FBI has been very troubling to me as a man, as a cop. And yet, you follow the evidence wherever it leads. And
yes,
this is what investigators do. So when I asked Christopher Wray that question, for instance, I already knew the answer. I had reviewed compelling evidence that the FBI had assets, human assets, dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol prior to the doors being open and the masses allowed in. So I knew that the FBI was deeply involved. I'd seen evidence, even at that time, with that the FBI had embedded themselves into various groups online across the country of Americans who were essentially voicing their concerns and airing their grievances with each other about COVID oppression. Those Americans were targeted by the FBI, almost universally Republicans and largely Trump supporters, but the FBI worked undercover to infiltrate those conversations and become a significant part of those individual Americans' communications. And when you dig into the evidence that we've had revealed through some criminal cases that I've followed and worked with the families of J6 political detainees and Americans that have been persecuted for their involvement in the Capitol that day, and some of that evidence is shockingly reveals that the FBI agents that were operating undercover within the online groups across the country were the first ones to plant the seeds of suggestions of a more radical occupation of the Capitol, and it was sort of testing the waters of who amongst that group would begin acknowledging.
All right, y'all hearing this? Y'all hearing what he just said? So the FBI went online to all the social media networks and were seeing who they could radicalize. Okay? That's what I'm telling you. When somebody is posting something or saying something about overthrowing the government and stuff like that, they won't. They're recruiting individuals like that that don't think clearly, right? They don't think clearly, and they organize these individuals that way so they'll show up there. Okay, so yeah, you probably had some good patriots, but they're confused about how what the Constitution means. Okay, and that's what I'm trying to explain to people. They're out here. They're out here. They're all over X. They're all over TikTok. They're all over. I'm gonna tell you right. How many people know Jolly Ginger? How many people know Jolly Ginger over on TikTok? Do you know it's been uncovered? It's been uncovered that is he is he's been paying for his subscribers. He's been paying for his likes. He's been doing things like that. So these influencers that you're following, 17th letter of the alphabet said what? Be careful who you follow, right? Because you don't know if you don't know that person you're following on the other side of that screen. You don't know who that person is on the other side of the, you don't know who I am. I could be a Fed. I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm fed. I'm a fed up American. That's what I am. I'm fed all day. Fed up American. Okay, that's what I tell everybody. A fed up American truck driver. But the reality of it is here. You hear this right here. He's a former sheriff at law enforcement, and like he said, the feds went online and were radicalizing people to get them to stand up to try to overthrow their government. They were recruiting people for January 6th to come up there to that building because those people that were ready for that and everything else, they weren't at the Trump rally. They weren't at the Trump rally. They were over there already at the Capitol protesting and doing all their shit and everything else that was going on and getting all their video footage of fighting with the police and the Capitol Police and the actors over there. That's what you saw. Were there probably patriots in there, confused patriots? Yeah. Weak-minded individuals? Yeah. And that's where you've got to be. You can't be weak-minded. You can't get yourself to the point where you are manipulated into something that you don't want to be in. Because once you're in it, it may be too late to get out. Period. I'm going to replay that. Listen what he says here again.
Voicing their concerns and airing their grievances with each other about COVID oppression. And those Americans were targeted by the FBI, almost universally Republicans and largely Trump supporters. But the FBI worked undercover to infiltrate those conversations and become a that I've followed and worked with the families of J6 political detainees and Americans that have been persecuted for their involvement in the Capitol that day. And some of that evidence is shockingly reveals that the FBI agents that were operating undercover within the online groups across the country were the first ones to plant the seeds of suggestions of a more radical occupation of the Capitol, and they were sort of testing the waters of who amongst that group would begin acknowledging that, maybe we should do that. Maybe we should plan for an occupation like that. But if you look at the origins of those conversations, they were started by the FBI undercover guy that was operating inside the group. And then months later, on January 4th, 5th, and 6th, many of those Americans met for the first time in person when they gathered for the massive rally where American patriots assembled to object to everything that had happened during 2020, the COVID oppression, and the stunning results of what we believe was a compromised election cycle in November 2020. So Americans gathered at their own capital to appropriately air grievances and protests at their capital, but embedded amongst their number was an FBI asset that had been working from within their group online for many months. So this was the level of manipulative effort that the FBI invested into American citizenry and our assembly online to exercise our rights under the First Amendment, to talk to each other about whatever we want to talk about, including the insidious oppressions of COVID that we were suffering across the country. So, and our concerns about where the election was going, the whole mail-in ballot thing, we could see the stage was being set for a compromised election cycle, possibly. And to our horror, that's what happened. So FBI had fingerprints on this thing for many months prior to J4, 5, and 6.
I want to go back to something you said in the first sentence, which is you have seen evidence, and that's spurred your questions to Chris Wray, that there were FBI assets dressed as Trump supporters within the Capitol. So that is proof of entrapment, because, of course, the federal government could have prevented entry into the Capitol building. Aren't that many doors? You work there, you know. But they allowed people in on purpose to entrap them. That's what that proves, I think. Does it not?
Well, it's certainly condemning. It's another piece of the strategy that the government employed to sort of complete the entrapment of Americans that they had infiltrated and then prodded and provoked with those original seeds planted of actions like, you know, what type of gear to wear and just in language that incited behavior that could go the wrong way. You know, pushing actions of legal and legitimate peaceful protests to an edge where those Americans would likely not have gone had they not been you know, encouraged by the FBI plant amongst their number that they didn't know was there. So by the time it was actually J6 and you had masses of Americans assembled outside the Capitol, almost like 99.9%, 100% peaceful. On the inside, you had FBI assets dressed as Trump supporters that knew their way around the Capitol.
Before the doors even open.
Before the doors open. Or else how are you going to get around the Capitol? You've been there many times. You need a guide to get from whatever door you go in.
It's a labyrinth.
It's a maze inside there. So that's right. So there's no way, just Americans, most of which have never been to the Capitol, there's no way they can come in some random door that gets opened and then get their way directly to the statuary or the House chamber or the Senate chamber. It's just not possible. So the FBI assets that were dressed as Trump supporters that were inside the Capitol were there, I believe, and evidence indicates that they were there to specifically wave in the Trump supporters that had gathered outside the Capitol, and the doors opened and they were allowed in. And on the inside were there's some more Trump supporters, but really those were FBI assets, law enforcement assets that knew their way around the Capitol. And they waved those guys in, said, come on, follow us. And they're the ones that led them in the path directly. Man, how do you think a guy's never been to the Capitol, gonna come into the Capitol all amped up on emotion and make his way straight to Nancy Pelosi's office? Come on. It's like I couldn't get it. There's no way. I've been there for 7 years. Could come in some random door at the Capitol and make my way to Nancy Pelosi.
Everything is unmarked. I mean, those leadership offices are unmarked. So how would you know
It's confusing to get around in the Capitol. Every American that has been there knows this. When you go on a tour, you bring your family to D.C., you go through the Capitol, you have to have a guide. And on January 6th, the guides were FBI assets, the law enforcement assets. And they were dressed as Trump supporters. They were positioned inside the Capitol prior to the doors being opened so that the Americans that had assembled outside the Capitol, once allowed in, could be brought directly to the areas where the FBI and the DOJ and the deep state actors knew would be the most sort of condemning criminal action of Americans being inside the Capitol, protesting without permit and things. So they knew they were setting the stage for arrest and prosecution.
It's such a crime. Who planned this, do you think?
Well, I think the factions planned this. I wouldn't say who, Tucker, because I don't think there was one person that planned this, but I believe the faction of establishment liberals within the FBI and the Democrat Party and our intelligence services to another extent used their massive powers of surveillance and investigative assets that they have across the country, confidential informants, registered informants, non-registered informants, voluntary informants. It's a complex web of FBI assets across the country that can be activated. So if you have authority at some of the highest levels in the FBI, it doesn't take much. The faction within the FBI and within our intelligence services that would coordinate with the most extreme liberal factions within the Democrat Party that were desperate to keep Trump out of office and worked within the theater of operations, shall we say, that had been set by the COVID alleged medical emergencies nationwide and millions of mail-in ballots. There's no daylight between the compromised election cycle of November 2020 and ultimately what happened on J6. So you ask who planned this. This would be the combination of several of the most extreme liberal, anti-Trump, anti-America First factions that were in positions of authority within our federal law enforcement organizations and the Democrat Party across the country.
When you say that there were FBI assets in the crowd, in the building beforehand and certainly outside, what's the scale of this? Are you talking like 10, 20?
No. Based upon some very conservative but like hard investigative effort, evaluation of the numbers, from putting together eyewitnesses and videos and affidavit statement and whistleblower statements and court records that have been revealed through individual criminal cases where J6 defendants have been prosecuted and smart attorneys have forced admissions by the DOJ and the FBI, but those admissions have been sealed within the parameter of that criminal case by protective order by the judge, so I can't share them, but I've seen them. So real hard, objective, and conservative estimates would put the number of FBI assets in the crowd, outside, and working inside at well over 200.
200?
Yeah.
So you're in law enforcement. Yeah. Before you came to Congress in the military as well. That's an extraordinary number. Is it?
Well, no. When you think about the scope of the operation, if you were going to do this, you would need.
But
that
relative
number.
to, so like when, I don't know, Minneapolis burned down, or when St. John's, the Episcopal Church across from the White House in Lafayette Square, was set ablaze, and all the Secret Service agents were injured. Were there 200 FBI assets in the crowd among Antifa then?
I mean, I don't know how many undercover agents the FBI would have in a situation like that, but J6 was the final act prior to arrest and prosecution of Americans that were identified as Trump supporters. I mean, the objective was to destroy the entire MAGA movement, to forever stain the patriotic fervor that was associated with the America First MAGA movement that had won in 2016 and we believe won again in 2020. And the establishment on both sides, of both major parties, were determined to smash that out of existence, not just by defeating Trump, but by destroying the reputations of the movement itself, by creating this narrative that was totally false, but was heavily pushed, that MAGA Republicans, America First Republicans, somehow a danger to our republic and a domestic terror threat. It's a whole nother story about what the FBI has done to tagging Americans as suspected domestic terrorists and following us as we travel across the country. But the bottom line is that 200, I believe, is a conservative number. Personally, I think there's many more. But a number that I'm comfortable going on record with is that we believe that there were easily 200 FBI undercover assets operating in the crowd, outside the Capitol, embedded into groups that entered the Capitol or provoked entry of the Capitol, and working with FBI assets that would have included Metro Police and Capitol Police that would dress as Trump supporters inside the Capitol, because those were the guys that knew their way around the Capitol. So given the scope of the operation and the number of doors where entry was allowed or even encouraged, and the number of people that were actually outside the Capitol and it entered, we believe 200 is a conservative number. Yes, sir.
It's shocking what you're saying. It confirms everyone's worst suspicions about this. It's clearly true. Did you come across any evidence that the DOD, the military, either Defense Intelligence Agency or National Guard or any part of the U.S. military played any role in this at all?
I have not seen that. I've heard the echoes of that suspicion, and I have observed circumstantial evidence that has been presented to me that I have reviewed, but to me, it does not rise to the level that I would call actionable from an investigative perspective. So there was some suspicion, but in law enforcement, the thresholds you're looking across is reasonable suspicion that would prompt a criminal investigation, and then the next threshold is probable cause, which you need for arrest. And of course, in our system, finally, the last threshold is conviction, guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I did review evidence, Tucker, regarding some suspicions of military involvement in some way, I have reviewed some of that evidence that I've been able to get my hands on, and I do not think that the military was involved, not at the level, most certainly not at the level of the FBI, and over the course of all of 2020, and then on J4, 5, and 6, the FBI working in coordination with other law enforcement assets that they roped into the operation, right, from Metro PD, from DC, and the Capitol Police was sort of tricked into participating with what the FBI had been staging for 10 months.
If you take 3 steps back, this is not democracy. So the federal agencies serve under the oversight of the elected president, and then under the oversight of the elected Congress. Their elected people get to make the decisions. You have a Republican president, you now have a Republican Congress, and neither one can get a straight answer from the FBI. No one has any control of the FBI. You're describing a government within a government.
Well, in America, a question becomes reasonable. Men would ask when we face a crisis like this: who investigates the investigators?
Right.
And the answer in America is Congress. So we have the responsibility to investigate through the appropriate committees, which we're certainly doing that now that we have a Republican majority in control of the committees. But we don't have the power to arrest. We can give criminal referrals based upon our investigative efforts, but we have to have a DOJ that's receptive to the criminal referrals. So we've hit quite a brick wall, have we not? Constitutionally, we have the responsibility to investigate objectively, and anyone that knows me knows that's exactly what I'm pursuing. I'm not trying to create a crime to fit a narrative to blame on the FBI. I'm following the evidence, and to my horror, it implicates our FBI at the highest level, and a conspiracy within our government at the highest level to create to set the stage for a compromised election.
What's going on? Are we still live on YouTube? I might have got a strike.
I'm here.
Well, you're in here, yeah. I'm talking about, we still live on YouTube?
I have no idea.
Texas Girl, GGAB. So somebody said, I guess the FBI didn't like your video.
No, it says now we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Uh,
Let's.
Was my video not working?
You're frozen.
You're frozen.
Well, that is.
It says. Yep. Okay, we're there. We're live. We're good.
We're still live on YouTube?
Yeah. We're live on YouTube. You're just frozen, Tom.
Well, they might have, because the information coming out there, filling the truth. They probably tried to block us out on it, so that wasn't shown.
Maybe. Try to click out of that video and go back to regular screen and see if we're there.
Here, just drop the link. Where's that link at? Here, I'm gonna drop the link over here for everybody. You can go watch it at your own leisure. You know, listen. You need to listen to what he's saying, and that's what I'm getting at right now. We already know. Take that down. We already know that people have come out. It's all over X, YouTube, and everything else, that individuals are being paid to support Kamala Harris, make videos about promoting her over on TikTok. Okay. Also over on X, if you go under Tucker Carlson on X and do a search for that interview under Tucker Carlson's page, you can find that video over there as well, because that's where he did it on, was on X. But this is what I'm saying. When I see a post, let me go in here, my X. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about the way I feel about something. When I see a post where somebody throws something up, I more or less try to correct them, because it's not what the Constitution says. Let's see here. This is one I like to play. I want everybody. I'm gonna play this because I don't know if everybody's new here or not, but I'm gonna play this one again for everybody, because. Oh shit! Where did he go? Profile. Pause. I gotta flip back and forth between these screens here, but I want to. Share. See if that came up correctly. Oh. Hold on. Forgive me. Every time I click on that button, it takes me off of the link. But I want to share this one here again. Okay, and that you listen to that word right there. This is the main reason why I try to explain to people. The only time the National Guard can be used against you if you are engaged in direct hostilities. So if you take to the street in an open rebellion with your pew-pews and think you're going to go overthrow your government, they can call in the National Guard. And if they are ordered to disarm you, they have no choice. Okay? They have no choice at that point in time because that would be a lawful order. Period. Now, if you're just sitting at home and you're not out in the public and you're not out in direct hostilities, they cannot touch you. Okay? That would be an unlawful order. And as far as being former military myself, I would not even obey that unlawful order. Period. So this is what I'm getting at. You do not want to have the military, the National Guard, any form of military to have to come down on you and allow them to be used against you as a weapon. We don't want that. That's the reason why we're trying to get people. And my whole point of this thing is we need to stand down. We stand down. You prepare for what's coming. Be prepared for what's coming. Because when you defend yourself, you are protected by the law in defense. If you go out and attack as the aggressor, you are no longer protected by the law. And that's what I'm trying to get through to people here. Unfortunately, that is the issue. That's the reason why the Constitution is written, and that's the reason why they made the laws the way they did. And they're going to feel justified in what they're doing because if you are the aggressor, look at January 6th. They went and got these individuals to overthrow, convinced to take over the Capitol building. They were being aggressive. That's the reason why they got United States Marshals out watching these people being put on a list. These people have been arrested. These people are going through courts and shit like that. That is the issue. They went on the offensive side of things. You know, you always heard the best defense or your best offense is a defense. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm trying to explain stuff to people what's going on here of how we're being manipulated. Let's see here, profile, notifications. Uh, let's see. I want to find that post. Why doesn't he just leave people alone? Oh, that one there. I was talking about Bill Gates. Let's see here. Let's see right here. This individual, okay, you see this? Can y'all see that? You see what that says? It says the Constitution actually says you can legally overthrow your government if they are tyrannical. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. This right here, this individual, I don't know who this is. He's got his stuff up there. Looks like he's a patriot or whatever. But anybody making a statement like this, I would almost, because that's a radical statement, right? That's considered a radical statement. By making a statement like that, they're looking for people to make comments on. And the issue is here, by you making comments on that, you're being lulled into a trap. That you're being set up right there. You're being put on a list, unfortunately. And that's the whole point. That's what Rep. Clay Higgins said. That's the reason why they're out there right now, and they're stirring the pot on things, trying to get people to take the law into their own hands. Oh, absolutely. You're right. Anybody can be fake patriot. Absolutely. And that's the reason why that's what you've got to be on the guard for. You know, when I was in the TPC, that was what I was on the guard for. I seen people that were trying to set us up. I listened to the rumors. I listened to the lies, that were being spread in the TPC and by individuals trying to stir a bunch of crap up. That's the reason why, me and somebody made a comment. I seen somebody make a comment the other day. You're not going to fool most military people into doing something stupid. We can smell a damn trap. And that's the whole thing, those last couple of days that last day we were there, and the day before, shit going on, and the little group that was running around with Santa and them for that 1776 our restoration movement or whatever they call themselves. Absolutely. It is hard as hell to tell who you can trust. That's the reason why do you think I embedded myself into security? That's the reason why I was helping with security and was watching everything. I mean, because, all right, Kevin, we'll see you later. Thanks for coming up. You bet. I appreciate you. Kevin just told me, he says, you got to get some sleep. Said, thank everybody for coming in, for the education. Keep spreading the good word, brother. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for coming up here. And that's the whole thing. That's what I've been trying to explain the whole time. Most of y'all
Where'd he go?
See, there's stage. Took himself out of the picture. Don't.
No, he's out.
Private chat's right here. Bye. Are you leaving us, honey? I thought you were going to shut your windows. I was waiting for you. Oh, hang on. I'm just trying to change them.
Why, if you knew anything about fighting anything, you never show your cards. You're not going to win a game by showing your cards and what you think. That's the reason why it's a good idea to watch what you say. I popped out of the live. Can everybody hear me? Where did I lose everybody at? Because I guess my stuff was turned off. But my issue is the individuals that are getting sucked into stuff like this that is going on. You know, when I see stuff like this, I want to correct it because I do not want to see people getting set up. And my outlook is there's nowhere in that Constitution where it says those words right there, overthrow. Overthrow is not in the Constitution. And that's what I said here, just out of curiosity. I know quite a bit about the Constitution. Where does it say that? It doesn't. And I've been in a whole argument over here with these guys and everything else about this because that's not what the Constitution says. And right now there's 647,000 people, 647,000 people that's seen that, and 41K liked that right there. And that is false. That could be a Fed that just got 640,000 freaking people on a list. Period. Yes. We have the right to alter, to abolish, and to throw off. That means throw off to me, okay? Throw off to me means the same thing as abolish. Abolish means to get rid of, okay? Take away its power. You know how easy that is? You don't even have to fire a shot to do it. You just tell basically everybody in America tells the government, go, you're done. I'm done with you. That's pretty much it. The police, the military, the whole 9 yards. You just stand up and go, I'm done with you. Or there's literally legal ways of doing legal processes of removing people from office. You use the law. Because if we do something unconstitutional, right? If we do something unconstitutional out of our authority, because we don't have the right to go out and unalive people. Okay. Now, what would happen is there would have to be, most of the people sit here and go, oh, we need to go get these individuals and string them up in the nearest light pole for the whole world to see. Well, the issue is with that, you just made a threat. Okay. Now these people have a right to defend themselves. Okay. You don't want to give them the right to defend themselves. Does that make sense? I mean, and that's where I'm coming from. If you put them on the defense, you're going to have the media spun against you. You're going to have they're going to get to use the police, the law enforcement against you. And in some of these areas, in some of these cities right now, unfortunately, people, the law is not on your side. And CJ, you got to watch that stuff. The thing is, that's the whole thing. You need the law on your side. That is the most important thing throughout all of this. Okay? You have to stay lawful. If we're not going by the Constitution, if we don't go by the Constitution, that makes us worse than them. That makes us worse than them. Never said you can't defend yourself. That's literally in the Constitution, to defend yourself. But to defend does not mean to attack. We go in here, we file the proper way for you can go after their bond. You can go after their bond. You can go after, do a FOIA request, see if they got their oath of office on file. And you have to have 100% absolute proof that they've done something against the Constitution. Period. That individual. Okay. Or individuals. Let's say if Congress or legislation pass a law that's unconstitutional, then you're supposed to have that's the reason why, like the Chevron deference getting overturned. Like the Chevron deference getting overturned, right? Two fishermen, right? That was two fishermen. It's kind of like what they've done to us truck drivers, where they forced that ELD on us, made a mandate, which is not a law. Everybody believes it's a law, but it's not a law. Will it be enforced like it's a law? Yes, it's being enforced like it's a law. Yeah, don't step on my rights, and we're cool. That's that. Hey, I tell all of them right up here, because in the reality of it is, I don't another party. I don't have the right to vote away anybody's rights here. You don't have a right to vote away mine. My rights come to me from my Creator, not a piece of paper, not a law somebody makes, not a human, not a man, from my Creator. And as long as I don't harm nobody, I don't cause nobody any loss, and I don't go out and try to, that's the law of the land. Do no harm, cause no loss. You don't kill me, and I won't kill you. Plain and simple. Okay, that's common sense. I mean, this is where we got to get back into as a civil society, right? We've got to be civil. As long as we're civil with one another and we work together, we can remove these individuals from office. We can put in the actual people we want. But right now, unfortunately, they've got us all out here fighting. We're the enemy. We're fighting against one another. And I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you, from what I'm seeing over TikTok, I had a lady come up on a live on TikTok the other night. I had my sign up behind, I had my thing up behind my head and said, Democrats for Trump 2024. I've got another thing up there. If you are a Democrat and you're voting for Trump, why are you voting for Trump? Well, this lady jumps in there, and what's her first words she says to me? Why are you voting for a fascist? The track video. I'm not playing the track video. Get out of here with that shit. Anyways, 20, she's sitting there, why are you voting for a fascist? It was like, who are you talking about? It's a fascist. She said, Trump. Trump's not a fascist. I don't believe that. Oh, yeah, he's a fascist. Do you know what the definition of fascist is? I said, yes, I know what the definition of fascist is. That was text, laugh out loud, whatever, Juniper. Right. And that's all we got out here. We got individuals starting these little fires, right? You got people, that's literally what's going on, is people starting these little fires. Most time that I was in that convoy doing security, that's what I spent time doing, putting out little fires. I'm gonna be quite honest with you, that I will never ever get involved in like something like that, because I'm gonna be quite honest with you. There's supposed to be grown people out there, and it was like fucking herding 5-year-olds half the time. He said, she said, this said, that said, oh, this and everything else, and uh, you know, uh, people run around with the rumors of the organizers are embezzling money, all this other stuff, and they're doing this here, and everybody was worried about the money. And what it was the left come in and they started that rumor, right? They started that rumor of everything. And I'm telling you right now, I've seen a little bit of the books, and I know what was being spent at the freaking fuel station when they go around that beltway. There's a lot of money. Hell, when we crossed over Oklahoma, I believe right there in Big Cabin, you know how much it cost for them to pay for the fuel? The convoy paid for the fuel. The organizers paid for the fuel that was brought in the donations. You know how much that fuel bill was? And I can tell you for a fact, there were trucks that jumped into the convoy. There were trucks that rode along with us to Big Cabin, got off at the exit, came through the fuel island, that left that night to carry on with their load. They didn't stay in the convoy, but they pulled through that fuel island and got a free fuel, a tank of fuel. Okay. They spent over $70,000 just in diesel. That's not including whatever the fuel price was for the vehicle, the cars, the four-wheelers that were in there. But I do know about the diesel. So when you're looking at a number, $1.8 million that was raised across the country, and I think there was actually a little bit more than that, because whoever was running that total up there, I even got with Marcus. I was like, dude, everybody's complaining about the money. Why don't y'all put a thing out there with like a ledger out there showing each time you filled up what the cost was, how much of that money was being spent. What was it, $17,000 for a week at the racetrack? No, we didn't pay for oil changes, tires, but here's the thing. Now, a lot of your streamers over there, now they were getting people to pay for tires and stuff like that. What was that one? I'm not going to say his name because I've already been doxxed by his crew. Me and my wife, they threatened me here a while back, threatened my deaf wife. So, he was these certain streamers that were involved in January 6th. Think about this. These guys, and I'm going to tell you right now, I think several of those that came from January 6th to the convoy, that were live streamers, got a big following and everything else. We're getting all them big donations and stuff. Not Mud Pig. Not Mud Pig. Mud Pig, I know him. He's a legit truck driver. But some of these other um oh, and I don't know if anybody out there knows, Mud Pig had twins. He had twins a while back. I'm talking about like some of your bigger streamers, certain individuals. They were staying in hotel rooms every night that through their donations. Okay. That one deal that I watched, one of them that supposedly got attacked by Antifa and they sliced his tires. Well, see, here's the thing. What nobody understand. If you looked a little bit closer at his tires, because this guy's been running back and forth across country anyways in his wife's car that he likes to. He had criminal charges filed against him for doing stuff to his wife. Literally, the standpoint is, I'm not seeing some. I've done some digging up. He was literally been to court for January 6th, and I'm trying to figure out if he was involved in January 6th. That certain individuals were involved in January 6th. How are they being allowed to get into another far right extremist movement? You know what I'm saying? If they were in court, put on probation or any kind of bullshit, they would have been told you can't be involved in anything like that anymore. Uh-huh. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. So the reality of it is here, they actually all their footage from January 6th have been scrubbed because they turned that over to the feds. Okay. If you go look up Oreo, you'll see that he was in court. It's on out there. The point is what I'm getting at is another way those individuals get paid to be in the stuff they're in is that money's being laundered through those donations. Okay. Every time they get something good on camera, they get more money because that's how they're getting their funding to that. So these individuals that everybody loved and were literally, and it's nothing about jealousy. It's just the point of this that everybody was throwing all this money at and everything else at them. Never did anything financially for the convoy. Okay. They never did anything other than the stream. Yes, they were there to stream and do their thing and get the information about the convoy, but so was I. I was streaming. There were other guys out there that were streaming as well. I mean, y'all remember Saznak? Saznak, most of the money that he got from his streams, he donated to the convoy. Seriously, he donated to the convoy. And Saznak was a trucking streamer way before the convoy ever happened. But that's what I'm getting at is the issue of this, that certain individuals being there on January 6th, coming in there, and there was a lot of people from January 6th there. So when I'm seeing this, I'm kind of wondering, well, if they were involved in January 6th, most people of the people from January 6th, either these are informants, you know what I'm saying? Either all these individuals are informants or whatever. They got to be. They got to be working, and they're instigators. I mean, I watched some of their stuff where they were doing stuff, instigating, trying to get that 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 get everybody pumped up in your thing over here. You know, getting people. The more drama they could get, the more people were hooked because everybody's hooked to that drama. You know, that's the issue. And that's the reason why, series and stuff like that. How many people get hooked into watching a Netflix, binge watch a show? How many people? Right? They get you oh, I gotta watch the next. I gotta see what's happening next. You'd be sitting there almost falling, say, oh, I gotta stay up and watch. I gotta watch the next one. You get hooked to it. You get addicted. I love the Chinese Americans. They were such beautiful people. I mean, they come down there and fed us, and one guy was giving massages. My feet, because walking back and forth, and I was wearing my work boots. My ankles were swole up. I mean, they were swole up about so big. My feet were swollen. I got to one point, I literally had to take money out of my own pocket. I rented one of those golf carts because I'm running back and forth. Like I said, I was constantly, everybody's calling my phone. Almost everybody in convoy had the number of my phone. You know, every time I turn around, Tom, yeah, what's up? I need some volunteers over here to unload a truck. Okay, I'll go get them. I have to go out and find people to go get them. That is funny. This stream is sponsored by Philips Norelco electric razor. Funny shit. Are you saying I need to shave? This is long. This is actually the longest I've ever grown my beard. I'm getting to the point where I'm ready to shave it off, but I mean, I don't know. What does everybody think about it? Shave it or keep it? But but that's what I'm saying, like Breaking Bad or whatever the hell it was that we watched. We'll get in there and we'll binge watch something because we're hooked to that drama. Anytime there's any drama in anything, we're like, oh, there's some action. Oh, you know what I'm saying? And that's the same way it was in the convoy. You had, I'm telling you right now, this stream is sponsored by Reynolds Wrap Aluminum Foil. Seeing lights in the sky? Reynolds got your head covered. That's a good one. I gotta bring that one up. That one right there. Yep, there you go. All right, Reynolds Wrap. I need my money. I need my money, Reynolds Wrap. Anyways, I mean, I'm not here for popularity. I want to try to put out as much truth as I can. If I'm wrong about something, I'm the first one that'll admit it. I won't. If I'm wrong about something, I see, and I get fooled too. Trust me. I'll see. I'll come across something. I'll see it, and I'll send it over to Juniper. I'll send it to Texas. More especially if I'm busy. Usually for the most part, when I see something, I'll go in it. I'll start digging into it a little bit better. You know, I'll go. I'll go and dig. I'll dig in it to see if there's any truth to it. Or most time, if I send it to somebody else, I'm like, "Hey, what do y'all know about this? Y'all heard anything about this?" And usually, when I send anything over to them, they already know that's pretty much what the question is, and either they'll say, "Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I seen that earlier," or oh, that was from that video footage is from way back here. Because, you know, I haven't seen everything. I've seen a lot. Trust me, I've seen a lot. But the point is, I haven't seen everything, just like y'all haven't, right? So you're going to look at something sometimes and you're going to jump to a conclusion. But, you know, it's better to go do a little bit of digging, do your own research. Don't believe everything you see here. You know, don't believe everything you hear out there. But watch for these individuals. Use your discernment, right? Anybody making any radical statements, I'd step back. Because here's the problem. If you're supporting an individual like that, you're liking that person's comments or you're liking that person's video. And that's the reason why it's important to watch somebody's video all the way through. You know, don't just uh what we call viral like it. Because the simple fact of it is you don't know what that dude's gonna say at the end. You don't know what kind of a comment he's gonna make at the end that could be terroristic, you know. And the reality of it is, you know, they could say, well, everybody here agrees we need to go up the whatever building or something, you know, at the end of it. Well, you liked it. You supported it. You shared it. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we got to step back and think about what we're doing because you don't know what kind of shit you're stepping into. Um, no, I jumped out because when we came across, by the time we got to Big Springs, Texas, I was about $10,000 in the hole. I had to go jump out and go make some money, but I was still helping with the security in the background online. You know, I had a whole bunch of mods and everything, so they were watching everything and they would let me know because I still had all the contacts. So when something would happen, you know, we had new streamers come up, and then we had those troll channels out there that these individuals trying to come over and get modded, and some of these guys weren't good guys, and they were doxing people. Okay, these other channels were doxing people because they would get personal information on this individual. So if we had a new streamer pop up, we tried to get a hold of them. You know, get. I'd call somebody, hey, that new streamer over there, she's got a whole bunch of not good people coming into their stream that she needs to watch out for. And then you try to explain to the individual, hey, you know, watch who you're modding, watch who you're, because I screwed up too. I even modded a few bad people, right? I got infiltrated myself, but see, that means I'm not perfect either. We're all going to screw up, but the reality of it is that, you know, you just got to watch your back. You know what I'm saying? I mean, anymore out here, you can't fucking trust nobody. But I want to see if I can find that one video over here. I want to show y'all what I'm talking about. How some of these individuals what they'll do. And you might be able to try to tell if somebody's fake or not. I don't know if it works for all of them, but I think he shows how you can tell if somebody is not being straight with you, you know, because anybody that's going out there paying for followers, because most people, it's a psychological thing even that way, because you go over there and you see this guy's got a bunch of followers. Yeah, he's got some good content and everything else. But sometimes, you know, what is his message? What is he putting out there? What is he trying to manipulate you into, right? Or, you know, Maybe it's just a manipulation of you giving them money. You know what I'm saying? And you get hooked on them because you're looking over there. You think they've got a shit ton of followers, and um, it's not true. So that's what you get. Something else you've got to watch out for. Favorites. Hold on here. Give me a second. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, here he is. All right. Let me show you what I'm talking about. What he said, how he shows this. Because this Jolly Ginger guy, he was actually at the DNC. Report is, I can't prove it. Rumor is that a lot of these influencers that went to the DNC to put their stuff out were paid upwards of $20,000. Okay. So you're looking at people that are over here on TikTok that most of these individuals on TikTok that are promoting Kamala Harris, if you go out there and look, there was a lot of shit came out here a couple weeks ago where the Harris campaign was paying influencers to promote her. Okay. And these individuals, they're getting paid. Who did? Wyckoff? Yeah, I didn't care for him too much. DOA. Everybody knows I don't care for DOA. I don't care for him. That dude makes up so much shit. 90% of what he puts out, not even fact. I mean, he come after me. He said I was involved in some deal. You know, I didn't know. Matter of fact, I didn't know who Mike Landis was. I didn't know who Marcus. I found out afterwards. Yeah, they've been in a few things up there fighting against some of these trucker regulations and stuff like that in DC, and I think maybe a couple other little truck deals or whatever. I mean, I never had time for that shit. But you know, I actually believed, I truly believed that people were in that convoy to do the right thing. To, you know, we could awaken people. We could get people to understand. And after the fact, after I looked at things, I had so many questions of why. You know, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? You know, why didn't we go through a lot of these smaller towns and stuff like that, and get more people's attention and get them together in their communities and everything else, but see, there's certain individuals that were embedded in there, like in the restoration movement or whatever you want to call them. No, we're going straight because we were supposed to zigzag back and forth across the country, go through all these little towns. I loved it when I don't know if anybody remembers when we went through some of them little small towns. We had the police officers scattering every which way. We went down around, we'd go down around the courthouse, go around just blowing a horn. People walking out, people walking out of their doors like eyes this big around, walking out like, what the hell's going on? That fire truck going off, all of our horns blowing, people walking out of businesses. They didn't know. They thought the circus done come to town. You know, might as well have been because it was, you know. But the point is, there's things we could have done differently. When we stopped in one of these towns, we could have ask people, you know, y'all got issues here, you know, what do we got going on here? We could have put people to action in their own towns to get people to come together and get rid of their bad sheriff, get rid of those bad judges in their town, get rid of those bad mayors or whoever's doing what, these corrupt officials. But you know what? And I brought it up. Oh no, we're not doing that. We're going to go do this. Well, why can't we do this? Why don't I mean, we had so much missed opportunity to because I actually started doing it with a few people, when we got there, it was like, hey, you want to be some kind of like representative for us here, and you're saying, yeah, what do you think? And I was like, well, start having like some little town halls or some little community meetings. Oh God, don't even get me started on that. But um, well, that's the whole point. I mean, some of these places where we stopped, we had thousands of people show up. Could you imagine, or half the downtown show? I mean, could you imagine if we says, "Hey, everybody, okay, here's what we need. We're going to form the People's Convoy or People's Movement thing here in your little town. Are y'all having issues with any corrupt public officials? Or you got issues with your school boards?" We should have had the educational material and to be able to educate people how to take back their power in their towns and in their communities. Okay. And restore it constitutionally. I still think that needs to be done, and it still can be done. Um, because we're limited here. You know what? I got 180 people now. 180 of you, if you take this to heart and you started going out and doing stuff like this, get the proper information, we can try to point you in the right direction. There's a lot of stuff out there people don't know, but it's the concept of this: you are responsible for your defense. Not me. I'm not responsible for your defense. You are. I mean, right now, some of you probably somewhere else on the other side of the country or whatever. I can't defend you. If somebody was come through your front door right now, what are you going to do? You know, I don't want to be, I'm not here to be, I'll be your friend. I don't want to be a leader. I don't want to be a politician. I don't want no power. I don't want no stroke. You know, I just want to help people. You know, somebody said earlier, yeah, I'm an ordained minister. I'm not your mainstream ordained minister. I'll tell you, go get fucked. Okay. And I'll just straight up tell you, but it's in my heart. I guess that I'm like an empath or whatever. I feel everybody's pain. Okay. And I'm just tired of feeling it. You know, I'm tired of feeling everybody's pain. And I feel the Lord's pain. And it pisses me off when I feel he already took enough for us, and that's the whole point, because people, just like he said when he gave it up, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And I'm not sitting here saying I have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I'm trying to learn too. I want people to send me facts. I want people to help me. I want us to come together because we're a puzzle, right? Right now, that puzzle, you ever seen those puzzles you can buy that got 1,000, 10,000 pieces or some kind of stuff like that, and there's no picture on the front? You don't know what that puzzle looks like? Well, that's what we got. And that's all I'm trying to do is put together the puzzle pieces. You know, and I don't want to see people getting manipulated. I don't want to see people getting hurt. I don't want. Y'all might this might pitch. I don't want to see these Venezuelans getting hurt. I think they've been hurt enough. Our country, our CIA, our government, our feds, whatever you want to call them, created their country the way it is. Our country goes into these other countries. Our government. I shared a video here the other night, literally, where this CIA guy was talking about what they did. The ex-CIA guy talked about what they did in these other countries to destroy them. They went in and literally fomented uprising to overthrow their governments, and then put in who they wanted. And then these dictators drain their money and everything else, and oppress the people. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is, we got to be bigger than them, right? And us out here attacking, and like I said again, are there there's bad apples, and don't matter what race, whatever, whoever, what country in, there's good people there. It's like Trump says, right? When Trump says this, it's not the people that are bad. You're not a criminal. I don't believe that everybody, that almost have to, if I sit here and thought like this other side, about January 6th, not everybody went into that building. You want to know who I think the bad people are? The ones that Clay Higgins was talking about that went out there and stirred up that stuff, right? Kind of recruiting them people to radicalize them and use certain comments, that those trigger words, Y'all think that Democrats get triggered? Shit. Most Republicans get triggered even quicker. I mean, y'all are triggered about these individuals coming across the border. We're triggered about these people up here. This whole event going on. So triggered that you're calling in another gang. Okay. You're calling in another gang to go take out another gang. And all that's going to happen is, as soon as they roll in there into that blue state, okay, as soon as they rolled in there and one person gets something happens, some shit starts. Well, unfortunately, the good people that's living around there and that's in that area, they're going to be right in the middle of it. And technically, to be quite honest with you, if everybody's talking about how bad this Venezuelan gang is, they could take hostages. They could take you if you live there. Your family could wind up a hostage. You know what I'm saying? So there's all kinds of, I'm not saying that would happen, but you're going to be caught in a crossfire, and there's a good chance that you could wind up as collateral damage. And the way I look at it too, there's people that came across here for the right reasons, right? Even though they didn't go where they should have went. But I totally believe these people had no clue that that's what they were supposed to do in the first place. They were just doing what they were told. They were brought up around over here. The next thing you know, go across this water here, and there's a bus that's sitting on the other side. I'm saying, oh yeah, come on over here. We come over there, they give them some food and some water and everything else, load them on the bus, drive them over here to this location. They give them a few pieces of papers, phone, and all this stuff. They don't have a fucking clue what's going on. You think about it. Put yourself in their shoes. If you came from a third world country where you don't have TV, you know, you more likely don't have a damn TV. You're making 50 cents a week, couple bucks a week. What the fuck are you going to do? Somebody comes up to your door and says, hey, actually, you can call me anything else but Santa. Trust me, there's a reason for that. But you don't know. I mean, you're not going to know anything. You're just following directions, right? You're leading. Okay, we're going to have this group of people. You're just following along. Hell, when I first jumped in that truck stop, in that truck convoy, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Yeah, but see, here's the other deal. Most of their stuff they were doing was trying to radicalize people. And people were buying into it. People were giving them donations and stuff for what they were doing. And I'll be quite honest with you. If they hurt somebody, if they went out there and actually were attacking migrants or whatever, there's a good chance that the people that were donating to them and everything else are going to get that knock on their door because they were involved in it. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's it. They had no shame about what they were doing. That's bad. But I was going to pull this one thing up here for y'all real quick. I'll show you this guy here, what he's talking about. Because this Jolly guy, he went off on talk some shit about veterans and everybody. And he pissed off a lot of veterans. As a matter of fact, they already pulled up his fucking DD 214 and all kinds of shit. That's the issue. You don't come after veterans. Let's see here.
How a certain creator is buying followers. I'm going to show you the tools you can use and what it looks like. First off, go to Social Blade.
Social Blade.
Do your little drop down and go to TikTok. Type in the creator you want information about, and then their information pops up. Funny that's an even number.
52 million.
And you'll start getting all these metrics. Notice it's down 200%, minus 100,000. But notice these spikes. We'll come back to this. Even this is down almost 100%. But as you see, in one day, 100,000 fell off. And a daily average of 3,333 are leaving his page. But you can see for the longest time, look here. Look, just gaining hundreds and 200s of thousands of followers in single days. Flat lines, but then up, look, there's another 800,000 follower jump. You see this, how this is happening? You see the pattern here? And then this big 600,000 follower jump in one day. Let me say that, 600,000 followers in one day. Now I'm going to show you what it looks like when someone's buying likes. 25 million likes in the blink of an eye. Are you starting to see? Here's another graph. Whole flat line. Oh man, $100,000 in the blink of an eye, but then it starts to fall, but still. Oh, here we go again. There's a spike to a straight drop-off. Spikes to straight drop-offs. Those spikes is when they buy the views, likes, and subscribers, and the company they buy them from delivers. They're all bot accounts. Now you can also buy comments. You can buy comments on other people's videos. You lay out the structure of what the comment you want to these companies. And if you don't believe me, Google all this. There's ads for buying all of this. But once you lay out the criteria of what you want the comment to say, then it randomly generates comments and delivers them to the accounts you want it to. Like, he's not getting canceled, all from private accounts that you can't interact with, and then when you comment to them, they don't comment back. See, all these people are saying numbers matter? They sure do. And when you've been doing this for 10 years, you know what these numbers mean. And now I'm going to show you what it looks like on a normal page, like my friend Conservative Ant's page. This is what it looks like when your growth is organic. You see that? How those charts, and it's just a normal, constant growth of, 600 followers, 1,300 followers. This is what you consider normal growth, not spikes and declines, spikes and declines. Do you get it? Do you know now why this creator I'm talking of has 5.2 million and it never moves? It's because most of them are bots. The more you know. I'm about to prove how a certain creator
Y'all
is
understand?
buying
Because
followers. I'm going to show you the tools you can use
one
and what
thing.
it looks like.
All right. So do y'all understand how this works? As far as what you know how that works, right? Because most of the time, most people are influenced by how many followers a person's got. Because what happens is when you come over there and you look at that page, you look down there and you say, well, who's this guy? How many followers this guy got? Holy shit, he's got 2.5 million followers. Oh, he must have some good shit, right? He may have some good shows. You might get over there and like what he's saying and everything else, but you got to understand what is his agenda, right? What is his agenda? So the point is, you look at that, but automatically, mentally, you automatic. This guy's got some influence. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching people over on TikTok that are promoting Kamala Harris, right? And you'll go over there and you click on them, you'll notice they got this big number of followers. You know how many followers I got on TikTok? I got like 700, or I got 7,000. I mean, I have posted a video that I got over 250,000 views on, but it was a good video. It wasn't me talking, but the guy was speaking some truth. Everybody liked it. What do I got over here? I think we can help them based on their political ideology. I got 7,051 followers over here on TikTok. But I'm fine with that. If I get to 10,000, I'm supposed to be able to monetize. I mean, and my reality of it is this. I'd rather be making some funny videos, doing some funny stuff, having a good time with people, hanging out with people, joking. But right now, I'm worried about the state of our country. Connection. More. Trying to reload. Okay. Are we still here? Guess we lost connection again. I'm still here. Woohoo! What? Can I get your quick opinion on Convoy TPC Freedom Corner Stringer? Do you know her? Glory be Freedom. What do you think about her cause and her jewelry she makes? You broke up a bit. Yeah, I had a connection problem. Glory be. I don't know. I don't even know what her cause is. I don't know. I don't know what her cause is. Hey, from Maui, how are you doing? Freedom Corner. I'm telling you right now, that whole 1776 stuff and everything else, most of those individuals who went over there, I don't even watch their shit. I'm not even gonna give them a view. I'm not gonna give them. I'm not. I don't care about their stuff. To be quite honest with you. Um, my issue is individuals that are still out there on the grift. You know, I don't know. You know, I'm not in for it. Freelance journalist with a uh, press pass for who? Who's she freelancing for? Herself? Well, I mean, if she's doing artwork, stuff like that, I don't. I mean, here's my outlook: is if you're doing stuff to expose things that like unconstitutional, right? Um, if you're out there exposing corruption in the government, right? I don't have a problem with that. But the reality of it is, um, I don't know who I don't know who that person is. The reality of it is if they're going to go out there and they're going to do journalism, you know, and they're there exposing the truth, you know, that's one thing. But if you're out there just randomly doing bullshit, you know, I mean, like these guys that do these audit deals where they gonna get in the face of cops trying to do some stuff um, about not being manipulated. How easily people are being manipulated from people on, you know, from influencers and our news media, our government, just in general, to be quite honest with you. We've already kind of covered a lot of stuff here so far. But back to what I was saying with hit and run five. As a matter of fact, LA, as far as I'm concerned, the convoy is over. I'm out of that. Exactly right. That's what this is about, because we've got a lot of people putting out a lot of and we've got a lot of people putting a lot of misinformation out about a Venezuelan gang. I'm not saying there are not any gang members, but it's a premise of, you're looking at the whole picture. I'll give you an example. So my wife is deaf, right? She got her CDL. Well, think about it like this. The FMCSA has grouped all the deaf people into this deal, into this pilot program, right? So all the deaf drivers are in this group, and they're all being graded off each other, right? So if one of those deaf drivers gets in an accident and kills a whole bunch of people, well, what are they going to put out there in the news, right? Deaf truck driver killed 3 or 4 people or something like that. But the problem is, everybody's going to like, well, why are deaf people driving semis? They shouldn't be able to drive semis. But just because one person makes a mistake, good night. Just because person makes a mistake, the whole group should not be punished, because that's the whole point. If something like that did happen, there's a very good chance that everybody's going to get pissed off out there because they see this, right? And then the next thing you know, they're going to say, oh, they shouldn't be driving the truck. No, why are they driving the truck? They can't hear this. They can't hear that. That's bullshit. Everybody should have a chance. We need to get to this point, back to this point in this country where it's the individual, right? Not a group of people, but the individual. I mean, that's the same thing. Like there was a group of individuals in the whole convoy that made the whole convoy look bad. One person can make everything look like a shit show. They're not going. They're not going. This is kind of like what this is about. That's the reason why, as it says, the Hell's Angels headed to Colorado. Question mark part 2. No, it's not happening. But I can tell you this: I've got 187 people watching up here, and that little thing right there, that little clickbait title right there, sucked you right in. So I manipulated people to jump in here for this discussion about Hell's Angels. They're not going. So I manipulated you guys. Sorry. At least I'm being honest about it. But that's what I'm getting at. We got to watch out who we're following. Do a little bit of background on that individual that we're following. In the sense of, do they really have this many followers? And I'm not saying to just dig in their background. What I'm saying, do they really have that many followers? When you start hearing them make comments that are kind of off or whatever, somebody sits up there and says, yeah, I think, the Constitution gives us the right to over. They can slip that by you so easily, and you'll agree with them, right? You will agree with them because didn't you believe that, right? And it's same like when I was playing that video with Clay Higgins. The FBI for January 6th, they set out there and they went out in all the social media. All these feds went out in social media. And then they started putting little things out there to instigate. See was who was going to buy. Who was for, being at that Capitol building that day, who was ready to overthrow that Capitol building that day. Right? What? What are you saying? The motorcycle club going to Colorado? Is that what you're talking about? Would have been great. You want to come up? I'll drop a link if you want to come up. I don't think it would have been good. I don't. I don't think it would have been good at all. Oh yeah. Well, I'm a patriot. I'll claim to be a patriot all day long. But I don't agree with anybody that says, "Oh, we need to go overthrow our government," because that would be unlawful. That it wouldn't be. It would be unconstitutional. Now, see, here's the thing: if they came out and attacked us, you know, and I know they've been doing it one at a time. But if it was a full scale like thing, full scale kind of attack, fuck it, yeah, we're gonna fight back. That's the whole thing: fight back, defend. And that's the main thing they're scared of because they know we will. But we got to stop being radicalized. You know what I'm saying? We got to be smarter than them. We got to literally be smarter than these other people. And here's the reality: these individuals have been doing this shit for thousands of years. There's always been gang violence in Colorado. But everybody is pissed off at the illegal immigrants, and that's the whole point. That's the reason why they become the boogeyman. Okay, 6 of them just got arrested by the police, but the police aren't doing nothing. They're covering it up. They're covering it up. There's and everything else. Cops just come out and arrested 6 of them. Anytime a group of individuals goes to, do you realize how the left, what the media will do if the Hells Angels went into Colorado and there was a fight, a clash? What do you think? I got a question. What do y'all think would happen? Exactly. AW. You're exactly right. They're stirring the pot. That's all it is. I mean, 100%. That's exactly what we've been witnessing. And these individuals that are, oh, I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another that the Venezuelans are taking over your town. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of shit I've been saying. About 90% of these people over here is what they're saying. And they're trying to fucking say it like facts. These are facts. This is happening. You ain't even fucking there. You're hearing hearsay. And most of these individuals that are saying this, I still don't fucking believe them. I don't believe them because if they were really there, you can't give me a still picture or something. Even that standpoint, like I said, those individuals that were walking around with those guns or whatever coming up that stairwell, how do I know that was really from that apartment complex? How do I know that somebody didn't go somewhere over like Venezuela and they get that clip of that shit? You know what I mean? Or some other country. I mean, literally a guy comes out, does video. He's standing outside of his house. He's supposedly in Colorado. And this is what he said. Yeah, I come out because I heard this motorcycle ripping up on down the highway. I'm back in here quite a ways. You know, I can't see him or anything. Literally says it. I can't see what was going on, but I heard this motorcycle racing up down the road, and I heard about 20 gunshots go off, and he's out in the country. All right, not in Aurora or whatever. I can't remember where he said he was, but he was not where the damn gang. But you know what? What he put in there? You know what he put in there? His hashtags: Venezuelan gang, and literally fucking sitting there saying, yeah, these Venezuelan gang members, dut, 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 dut. So everybody assumes that he didn't see the person. He don't know who that person was when on that motorcycle. But it might have been popping off rounds. If it even actually happened, hell, for all we know, that damn motorcycle could have been backfiring. Pop, 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 pop. Anybody ever heard one of them do that? Well, there's crime, yes. And if they cut those people off on their money, yeah, there's probably going to be some more crime. But when I'm watching some lady at the light there, because I guess right there in Aurora and Denver area down there, they've got a lot of Venezuelans there. But there was a bunch of these Venezuelans. When people stop at the light, they run up there and wash your windshield. That's what they're doing over there. This lady's like, she was being all rude. I'm telling you what, I believe literally fucking just racist as hell. And she's like, look at these this Venezuelan gang members with fucking squeegees and shit washing people's windows for a fucking nickel. You know what I'm saying? And then she's calling them gang members. There's a young girl sitting there and she's like, I told you not to do that. Si, senora, and walked off. Just like, sorry, and walked off. Let me ask you a question. Why, if you telling me these guys don't see them cameras? I don't guarantee you. If I was going to do some criminal activity, you wouldn't see me. My face would be covered, everything else. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make it difficult. If I was gonna go commit a crime, you probably wouldn't even see me. Just saying. More especially since the fucking training I've got. I wasn't even breaking the eyes. Matter of fact, I was a locksmith for about 10 years. I can come in your house, you would never know I was there. You probably wouldn't even hear me coming into your house unless you had an alarm set up. So the point is here is this. Uh, I look at this one piece of video, right? Do you know if those were really Venezuelans? Did you do a DNA test on? Did the video do a DNA test on? They looked Hispanic, yes. But do you know that they were Venezuelan? Do you know what a Venezuelan actually looks like? They look Hispanic. Okay. This is the issue. There's a lot of people saying, oh, they're putting a picture up. Oh, Venezuelan this. It's just like everybody putting a bunch of fake fucking videos up of the Hells Angels going up there. All those were fake. Old video footage. You believe that? A lot of people did. I read the comments. Oh, thank you, backers. Thank you, Hell's Angels. Shit, you got so manipulated you even used the keyboard to type something in there. Thank you, Hell's Angels. I literally made. Hey, let me show you something. Let me show you something here. Let me show you. Let me show you something. Remember Fire Marshal Bill? Let me show you something. I made this video to. I found this video of this Venezuelan gang today. Anybody new over here, you can find this over on X. Right here. Oh. Where are you tonight? Oops. 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 Share. So I found this. I found this one. Second. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that was Venezuelan gang shootout? Neil, do you believe that's real? Yes, no, maybe so. But do you believe this is the Venezuelan gang shootout? You don't know? It's not. I created this video today. I went on YouTube, took a clip out of a YouTube video. Uh, I took a clip out of a YouTube video. It was actually a color one of this gunfight. Matter of fact, TikTok won't even let me put it up. But I did this as a social experiment to see how many people would be manipulated and believing that this was a actual video. Absolutely, it's black and white. You can't tell. It was in color, and these are actually black guys. And the sound, there was no gunshot sound to it. I added that to the video from TikTok. That was a security camera on a building that caught this whole little guy. I don't even know where I don't even know where the hell this was. But I made this video to show people how somebody can make a fake video to manipulate people. But I also did this here, so I put it at the end. Right. But see, it says Venezuelan gang shootout, Aurora, Colorado up there. More intel at the end. Well, the more intel at the end basically was telling you that this was a fake video. And that's what I'm saying. This is how easily our people are making comments on video.
Okay, everybody. So what
See,
this is an experiment to see how many people believe this was real, a real shootout between the Venezuelan gang
I
and
did
another
this.
gang.
I did this
If you would leave a
all just to
comment down at
prove
the
a
bottom.
point.
The reason why I'm doing this experiment, because there are a lot of people out here making fake videos of stuff claiming Venezuelans are doing stuff around Aurora, Colorado. I've had experience with this before.
And the reason why I put this at the end of it, now, unfortunately, somebody could record this and cut that last part off there. Okay, where I'm talking.
And there's a lot
And
of
put it up.
that
But the one I put up, the original, so if somebody takes this and clips this, right, and puts it out, I'm going to be able to prove it's a fake because I made the video. And people, then that person's spreading false information. Right? Because if somebody went and clipped this and cut that part off the back of it, right? Clip this video, they can still clip it, right? But I got the original video and I can throw it at the bottom and tell everybody that's fake. And that's the whole point of what I'm getting at here. We've got too many people. I mean, when you make a damn video showing bikers, a whole bunch of bikers that the Hells Angels bikers are heading to Colorado, and then you're showing across a deal. I think this was actually somewhere in South Dakota where these one bikers were for some rally, that probably going to Sturgis or something. Not to mention the fact you had two biker rallies in Colorado this last part of the month, this weekend, okay, this last week, Four Corners, and I can't remember what the other one was for it. I literally got a couple buddies that are banditos that went to the rally. When I called them and I asked them, you know, are y'all at the rally? I called them up and I was like, where y'all at? And he's like, at the rally. Says, well, like I figured. And I said, what do y'all think about this stuff going on in the road? They laughed about it. Like I said before, they literally said, fuck those liberals. Let them clean up their own fucking mess. Why in the fuck would they go into a liberal state? You think liberals like bikers? Hell no. I'm a biker. I'm a truck driver. I won't even fucking drive in Colorado. I won't even fucking haul a load to Colorado. I'm at the point right now because it's a blue state. Because I ain't gonna fucking pay no fucking taxes in that goddamn state because I gotta pay heavy road use taxes. I gotta give them a part of my fucking tag, proportion tag. I gotta give them part of my fucking IFTA money, fuel taxes there. I ain't giving that goddamn blue state a fucking dime of my money. Period. I won't even go into any fucking blue state. I'd rather shut my business down than go into a blue state right now and give them one dime of my fucking tax dollars. Period. I mean, that's the way I feel about it. No, I'm not giving them none of my damn tax money. Right now, I'll stay in Oklahoma and Texas. That's it. Oklahoma and Texas. Not really too happy with Texas, but I am a weapon. What are you talking about? I tell you one damn thing, if I was, I wouldn't tell nobody. Oh, going to Cali? Fuck California. That whole fucking state can fall off in the fucking ocean. I wouldn't even care. I'd probably go to the beach then, over there, the new beach. I mean, the way I look at it, the individuals in their states allowed what's going on in their states, that's their problem. We'll worry about it when they try to come across the border. You know, oh, you wanted to come up? I think, did you want to come up here, AW, for a few? Anybody want to come up? If you do, I'll drop them. I'll drop them. As long as you don't say something crazy, you can come up. Or something stupid. There's the link if you want to come up. I mean, my outlook on all this, everybody, is this. There's no way, there's no reason why everybody should be fighting it between ourselves. You know, I mean, the way I look at it is this: is like these blue states, patriots. If you're staying in them, that's your problem. You know, you're deciding to stay where you're at, and my outlook is this. You know, if they want to have that, they want to destroy themselves. Go right ahead. I mean, my reality of it is I don't have to serve them. I don't have to haul no food into that state. I don't have to do a damn thing for them. Period. I know, right? Why in the hell? Why, if you love Texas, why would you try to change it blue? Well, I was gonna tell you, I have done a live the other night, right? And this lady popped up, and she called Trump. Why are you gonna vote for a fascist? I looked at her. I said, I don't believe he's a fascist. And she, oh yeah, do you know what fascism means? I said, yeah, I know what fascism means. She's like, well, what's the definition? I said, I know what fascism means. Okay, I don't need to tell you what the definition is. I said, so I suppose you're voting for Kamala, right? Yeah. I said, well, looks like she supports communism. And she goes, you know what she said? This is her word. Her words. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with communism? Are you freaking serious? Are you serious? Oh, the description. This second time we done one of these videos, it was discussion because the fucking hell angels aren't going to fucking to Aurora. That's the reason why it's got the question mark on there. This video is this thing here is how easily people are manipulated and believe bullshit. And it's what this show's about. trying to show some ways that people are manipulated and easily manipulated. Devil Dog Prepper. Good to have you in there. But no, I'm telling you, people, you need to learn how to protect yourself. You know, you need to learn how to protect yourself. It's not somebody else's fucking responsibility to protect you. You know, just like it's not somebody else's responsibility to feed you, to clothe you, or to bathe you, or anything else. You're fucking grown up. Just like me. I live way out here in the country. If some shit went down, I'd have to handle it. You know who's going to handle it before the police show up out here? This guy. I have no choice. Yeah, but you see, here's the thing. You got a bunch of fake media with these fucking other streamers out here. Period. That's putting out a whole bunch of fake, false information or hearsay. I mean, literally, some dumbass fucking put out, oh, you can go to the bank and there's a Chase Bank glitch. You can write yourself a check and then withdraw the money. Look, you can get this much money. Fucking motherfuckers ran all out and did it. If you Google it right now, there's videos all over TikTok, motherfuckers crying. Hey, Devil Dog, take it Marine, correct? Yes, no, maybe so. Anyways, oh yeah, there you go right there. And there is the other concept of it there. You draw a line, right? This is the line. Imagine that. I'm good, ain't I? Anyways, there's a lot of but there's actually a lot of patriots over there too. There's some patriots on TikTok. I mean, I got shit ton of them over there following. But um but I can't talk like this on TikTok because every time I fucking do, hell, I got a strike 2 days ago because I uploaded a video trying to tell everybody over there this is all manipulation. I did another video today with my video that I made, fake video, like it was a little movie type deal, right? To show how easily everybody's manipulated. Shit, they gave me another strike. It's like TikTok don't want me to tell people that all this shit they're getting fucking manipulated on. I'm talking against being a racist. I'm talking against being an asshole. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to get people to snap out of this and understand that they created a boogeyman for you with this Venezuelan gang shit. Okay, a scary boogeyman. I'm telling you right now, you ain't bitching about the Hell's Angels being a gang, are you? Or the Banditos or the Mongols or that's been here all these times. Them suckers, they'll get you quicker than these other guys will. Okay. Like I said earlier, you've got gangs like in Chicago and shit like that, and in some of these inner cities, they got city blocks that they took over. Okay, and you're worried about a little old couple apartments that's got a fucking what is it a ZJ? Okay, that's what I'm calling a ZJ. I gotta watch what I say. All right. That is the owner of the place that has, and I'll say it again, that has 2 lawsuits from the city. They've already shut down one of the apartments, evicted everybody out. He's a fucking slumlord. He won't fix the building. The people are refusing to pay him, and they're squatting, get it, in his apartment. He can't kick them out, so he can put other tenants in there to get his money. You see what I'm saying? They're refusing to pay him until he fixes his fucking shit. And now he's called him a bunch of Venezuela that could fucking stirring his shit up, Venezuelan gangs taking over his shit and everything else. You know that part where tenants have the right to refuse to pay the landlord, but he can't kick them out because they filed a complaint on his ass? Okay? The fucking state is condemning these apartments. That's how bad they are. So he stirred up this whole deal. And he's part of APAC. You know who APAC is, everybody? You know who that group is? He's got connections to that. What I'm getting at is this guy is a fucking piece of shit that won't. It's got slum people having to live in bad conditions in those apartments. They've stood up, filed a complaint on him with the fucking state. That's the reason why he's being sued by the state. Now he spun it that the Venezuelans, because there's probably what's living over there, a bunch of Venezuelans are refusing to pay their rent. Okay. And he's telling everybody it's a fucking gang member, bunch of gang members. Now, is there a couple of there? Probably. But, and he called the police, and the police said, there's nothing you can do. You can't evict them. That's what he's wanting to do, is evict them and bring in other people that he can take advantage of. So he don't have to fix the shit. Now the state is stepping in and condemning the buildings, and everybody's got to fucking leave. Thank you, Devil Dog. Look me up on TikTok too, and X. I'm over there too. But that's what's going on here. You got a fucking ZJ that's running that fucking shit over there. And if you go back and look what their agenda is, if you understand what their agenda is, if you go do a little digging, do a little history and everything on what their agenda is, well, you know, they're probably part of why Russia turned into a communist country back in the day during the Cold War. Okay. They're part of the individuals over here that basically, you know, I don't know if anybody heard of Albert Pike, you know, and all that stuff. There's three world wars that's supposed to be fighting. Well, we've already got 2. Well, they're working on the 3rd one right now. They want us fighting against that. They want us to go fucking fight some Venezuelan little kids and women. You know, that and us to be and that only the way we're coming out about it is basically racist. You know, everybody's comments and everything else. The Democrats, they're gonna spin this shit. How they gonna spin it? With everybody with their comments, putting these videos out there, they're gonna take that stuff and they're not gonna show them. These people hate you. They don't want you here. They don't want you here. They hate you. Okay, like I said, I think I'd want to go just make friends with them. I'll go make friends with them and get their back. You know, you get my back, I get your back. Hell, they probably get my back a little bit better than most Americans would. You know, this is bullshit. I mean, like I said, people are pointing at people. The Venezuelan gangs. Yeah, like that one lady, like I said earlier. I hate repeating myself, but there's new people in here. You know, the bunch of young individuals out there with squeegees and buckets washing windows, and the lady's at there in her car live streaming, right? Or made her video yelling at the girl, being rude to the girl. Don't touch my windshield. And then she's sitting there, look, and she's turning the camera around. All these kids walking around with fucking squeegees and buckets. Look at this Venezuelan gang. Look at these are the Venezuelan gang members with squeegees and buckets. Oh, I'm scared. Squeegees and buckets on my. Squeegees and buckets on my. Uh, I mean, half the shit people would fucking see. I mean, I could, you know what? I'll tell you a little secret. I could probably go over there. I could probably go over there and get me a camera, set it up, and everything else. I could probably walk over about $20 a piece, take my gear over there, hand it to a bunch of them little kids, whatever. Say, hey, I'm shooting a piece for, I'm shooting a piece for a film. You want to be in my film? Hand them $20 a piece. Hey, go up here and act like you're raiding this door. Get on camera. Oh, okay. Okay. Matter of fact, you don't even know that that video footage was from Aurora. You don't even know. We got Mexican gangs too over here. They're pretty bad. You don't know what if that was even in Colorado. That could have been somewhere else. Like I said earlier, everybody's like, "Oh, what about what's going on in Chicago? What's going on in Chicago?" Hello, 911. I'd like to report 33 gang members. Counted them, I guess, in the dark. Okay. I got and how'd she know they was Venezuelan? Okay. How do they know they're Venezuelan? I got 33 Venezuelan gang members over here in the parking lot on motorcycles and stuff. Well, what are they going to do? I can tell them anything. They got weapons. Da 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 da. I gotta have a burner phone. Do that shit. Get a 911 call. That easy. Then what's going to happen? I seen video of a whole bunch of these cop cars lined up and everything. Supposedly, like I said, I'm doing your quotation. Supposedly, that's from that call, right? The police fucking responded. I've seen some other stuff about it. Supposedly that was all that part where they responded. But as far as hearing anything about them seeing 33 gang members. But you also got to realize most of the people over there right now in Chicago are pretty pissed off because they found out that these people, because they're getting that free rent, they're getting their benefits. Okay, you think about it. Think about what I'm saying. Me calling in. I'm gonna call in on these motherfuckers. I'm gonna get these motherfuckers out of here. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean? What the fuck happened? Fuck, I don't know. I think the cops showed up. I hadn't heard if there was anything even fucking true. If they seen any 33 fucking Venezuelan gang members, I think it was a fucking hoax. Which ones? In Chicago? I know, right? Because they're not going. That's what this show's about. People are so easily manipulated. You need to take care of your own fucking business. You need to learn how to protect yourself. Nobody's come to fucking save you. Period. Facts. Wake the fuck up. Sorry. I mean, I'm just. I mean, most of the motherfuckers over there on TikTok right now doing their videos. Yeah, I had a friend call me and tell me about these Venezuelans up here in Aurora, Colorado, and he told me this and he told me that. He told me, well, why don't you bring your fucking friend on there? You got any fucking video? You got no fucking video there, nothing. Just fucking hearsay. It's just hearsay. The people are. It's a distraction. I mean, people here. Like I said again, people are so stupid that individuals, and I don't know how many. I think maybe a couple thousand of them literally went to the bank this weekend. Okay, Chase Bank this weekend wrote a check to themselves for 10,000, 40,000. One dude's 100 for. I think some dude said he did 900 and whatever fucking $989,000, unfucking godly amounts of money, and they put it in the ATM because they said it was a bank glitch. What a bank glitch. Chase will put the money in your account on good faith. Okay, it'll post the money to your account on good faith. It's not a glitch. It's just something that Chase does. Go look it up. Chase, you can Google right now. Chase bank glitch. Look at these dumbasses. Fucking went and did uh 20, $30,000, $50,000, $40,000. I seen all kinds of shit. It was every fucking video this morning on TikTok. Motherfuckers crying now because they just figured out that they committed a felony. Okay, some of them committed multiple felonies because, more especially, they were sharing it around, telling each other how to do this shit. So that's conspiracy to commit bank fraud. Okay. That's conspiracy to commit bank fraud. And then you got to turn around and then your actual bank fraud itself, because anything over, and there's some of them, I think state, usually you'll have state charges. You could get 4 or 5 years. This one dude's like, well, I'll do my 4 or 5 years. No, dude. If you wrote a check for $150,000, that's fucking federal, and it's $1 million fine and 30 years in prison. It's not 4 or 5 years like you think it is. No, and then he would say, well, guess what? Though and then he was like, I bought me 3 Bitcoin like that. Put it out there on video, TikTok. And even if he was lying about doing the shit, guess what? That's the wrong lie to do, because that people actually did it. It's on the fucking UK news. It's on all kinds of shit. Fucking people all around the fucking country, everywhere, doing this fucking Chase Bank glitch. This is how stupid people were. So some of them got, and here's the other deal. Some of them would draw as much money once they got that, because it would ding, you get it'll show your amount in there, $10,000, $20,000, something like that. I believe anything over $2,500 is federal. Each state has a different level for their state, for the state side of it, but on the federal side of it, I believe it's $2,500. You just robbed the fucking bank. You just did fucking bank fraud and conspired to do bank fraud. Felony. Then if you wired the money, wire fraud. Another felony. And each time you try to move that money around, try to hide, think you're going to be slick and shit like that, go buy your Bitcoin and all that stuff. They know what you did. They're going to seize all your assets, number one. What that guy don't understand, he was joking about it. Yeah, I put in Bitcoin. I'll do he said, he's like, I'm going to be rich. I'll do my 3 or 4 years like that. No, dude. Because you wired your money in. If it was I don't even know what the penalty is for wire fraud. Let's look. We'll find out. Let's find the facts. Wire fraud. Wire fraud is a federal crime that involves using electronic communication to intentionally defraud someone of money, property, or services. It can include phone calls, emails, text, social media messaging, and more. Oh, penalties for wire fraud can include prison and fines, not prison or fine, prison and fines, up to $250,000 for individuals and $500,000 for organizations. So since all these little fucking dumbasses got on TikTok and organized to go down to these goddamn banks to do this shit, well, they could probably be looking for $500,000. What is how many? How many years? Let's see here. How many years can you go to jail for bank fraud? Well, I'm sorry, not bank fraud. How many years can you go to jail for wire fraud? 20 years. A maximum up 20 years. So then you got the fucking 30 years. Let's look at conspiring. What is the penalty for conspiring to commit bank fraud? Oh, oh, man. 30 years. So you initially do the bank fraud. So 30 years for bank fraud, 30 years, and that's a $1 million fine. Okay. So first one's $1 million fine, another $1 million. That's $2 million. You just made the fucking state a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah. And each time you transferred it is another count. Okay. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to hide the money. You see what I'm saying? And they can nail you for each time. So you're looking at fucking 80 years and 200 or 2 million and 2 million and $250,000 worth of fines. Hello, McFly. And that's what you get for falling for shit on fucking TikTok and on the internet, believing everything you see on the internet. That video I played earlier with Clay Higgins. Like he said, the feds are on the fucking internet. They're fishing, dude. They're on the fucking internet. They're fishing. They're fishing for you patriots. Okay? For us patriots. They'll throw some bait out there. The Second Amendment gives us the right to overthrow our government. Oh, got one. Oh, got that comment. Look at that. Look, got that comment right there. Oh, got that like down. Oh, that's a big like. Yes. Oh, yes. Reeling it in. That's what they're doing. Well, thank you, Gary Donkey. Tyler, Tyler Oliveira on YouTube. I'm gonna look at it. I know there was one guy went down there. I've seen he went over there and told everybody it was all bullshit. Then I think you got these two little gang member guys, two gang members, one of this chick and this other dude that's been rolling around there with these loud horns. Hey, Venezuelans, come out and meet a real gang. Come out and meet a real gang. They ain't saying shit. Yeah, I mean, it's all bullshit. They're fucking. And if you do see anything after most of what I've seen, I ain't gonna fucking believe it. I don't believe none of it. They're creating a boogeyman. Like I said, there's more. There's other. Get off the goddamn Venezuelan deal. Is the way I see it. Get the fuck off of it. Because I'll be quite honest with you, it's pissing me off the more and more I see it. You're just wanting a fucking enemy. That's all it is. You're blowing shit. You ain't seen nothing. Most of you ain't seen it. Just other than what somebody else said. You don't believe what somebody else said. Period. And that's fine. Because you remember when you stand before God in judgment, remember what I'm telling you. That's all I gotta say about it. You know. Because you're spreading lies, people spreading lies and everything else. And more especially when you're attacking a whole group of people. You know? I mean, motherfuckers walking out, hadn't even fucking been there, hadn't even. Oh, this is fact. My friend told me this. Oh, sure. What, your friend want another video that you just watched? Huh? Oh, you're watching the same video footage that's already been put out there? And you're just repeating? Huh? You stirring the pot? I mean, hell, there were 6 arrests today in Colorado. Yeah. But like I said again, go and investigate that dude over there that owns those apartments. He's a fucking slumlord. Those people have refused, and that's the reason why I'm saying they won't pay their rent, right? They're squatting. No, they're not squatting. They filed a fucking complaint with the state. Is what they did because he's a slumlord. He will not fix the shit in the fucking building, and they're refusing to pay the rent. That's the reason why a fucking Venezuelan gang, they're fucking probably standing up for themselves. Think about it for a minute. They probably told him, no, you fix, you pay, you fix. What's that? Declaration gives us the right to do what? I'm military too, man. What, to overthrow? Is that what you're saying? Because it doesn't say that. It does not say that. It says you have the right to rebel, right? What does rebel mean? Did you ever rebel against your parents? You need to get people need to get their definition right when it comes up. when they're looking at stuff, right? Rebellion means fuck you. I'm not doing that. I'm not following your rules. See you later. And that's where people are getting confused because they get the definition of rebellion wrong, right? Because if you go out anyway, hostility, okay, Devil Dog, you was in the military, right? What's a lawful order and what's an unlawful order? If you're given an order against individuals that are being directly involved in hostilities, what do you have to do? My question's to you. If you were there and you were here on this soil and you seen, no matter who it is, and they were directly involved in hostilities, and you were given an order to arrest them or take control of the situation, would that be a lawful order? Because there's two things. Now, if the individual is not being directly part of the hostilities, you touch them, you can't touch them. If you did, that would be an unlawful order, which then would be a war crime. Correct? Come on, USMCJ, man. I mean, you know, that's the whole thing. You can rebel, yes, but to rebel, you can protest, and you have a right to redress your government. Have a redress of grievances, okay? And but there's proper things that our forefathers did. What did our forefathers do when they did it? Right? They did the Declaration of Independence, right? They signed it and they sent it to the king, had it sent to the king, and basically with their redress of grievances, right? Their list. It wasn't just because of the tea, like everybody said. There was a whole list of shit. A lot of that stuff's happening right now, to be quite honest with you. Had a whole list of stuff on there. Sent it to the king. The king looked at it and went, threw it on the ground, told his soldiers, go over there and take their weapons, lock them up. They're traitors. Right? Then what happened? Yeah, we had our Minutemen, right? That's where the Minutemen come from. The Minutemen, you had Paul Revere. Remember, they had the lanterns and all this other. I can't remember what the one by land, two by sea, some kind of shit like that, or vice versa. Anyways, the point is, you had Paul Revere, right? When he seen the sign, when he saw the sign, he comes riding into town, right? The British are coming. The British are coming. Our forefathers didn't go to fucking England and try to overthrow the king, right? They gave him basically, they just gave him a fuck you. We're done. We're done with you. We're throwing you off. We're done. That's it. We're done. What did the king decide to do? Send the troops in and attack them and force them, right? Arrest them. Take their weapons, take their stuff, and force this stuff, right? At that point in time. Well, our forefathers defended themselves. Okay? You said it up there earlier. They defended themselves. But if they didn't go out looking for the fight till after they were attacked. Now here's the fun part about it. Once attacked and the war has been started, then it's game on. You see what I'm saying? But who's going to be the one to start the war? Who's going to be the one to start the war? It's going to be them or us. I mean, I would agree. I think they already have to a certain extent. But, the Lord told me here a while back 2016, hold. Don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes. So far, I hadn't seen those. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Oh, good Lord. Get up, my old ass hip. Does that make sense? And that's where people get it wrong. They think, yeah, you have every right to defend yourself. You have every right to throw off a tyrannical government. But nobody's actually taking the proper steps. We have to do it lawfully and legally. That way we are in the right. Okay? If we go out and attack, then we're the bad guys. Does that make sense? And if we get made the bad guys, the media is going to spin everything. It's all your fault. Yep. Those Trump supporters, those MAGA, all that shit. They're gonna come after us. You know what I'm saying? We can't do that, man. We got to be the bigger person. We need to. I mean, we got to put on that full armor of God, right? Put on that full armor of God. No weapon formed against us can prosper. I mean, that's what we gotta do. We gotta be the righteous ones and be in truth. The old saying, the meek shall inherit the earth. That don't mean weak. That does not mean weak. If we anything we do, even this whole thing with this Venezuelan deal, everybody, oh, these illegal immigrants. You're making statements like that. Why do you think they're out here calling us racist? Look, they're racist. They don't like you. They're your enemy. They're trying to build their army over here. Why are we going to help them do that? We already are. We're paying fucking taxes and everything else for it, right? Why we respect our enemy, right? And that's what we got to do. We can't go out on the offense. I mean, if we're assholes and everything else, I mean, make enemies, period. I mean, my outlook is I think all patriots need to get the hell out of that city over there and just tell them immigrants, if they were truly as bad as they are, I look at them and say, hey, guys, we're sorry for everything our government's done to y'all in y'all's country. We know what they've done. We know how all this is taking place. Who cares if they think we are or not? Who cares? Let me ask you a question. General nutsacks. Yeah, prejudiced, right? Prejudiced, racist, whatever. To me, same damn thing. But General Nutsack, here's the reality of it is this. It'd be kind of like the concept of this. If I thought you were an asshole, do you think I'm gonna get your back? Would I fight against you? I'm asking you a question. Is that what you want? I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't think that's what you really want. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, somebody that's gonna act that way and everything else, they're gonna make an enemy. If you're out there to make an enemy, fuck you. You started your fight, go handle your business. You know what I'm saying? Go handle your business. I have nothing against it. I've met some Venezuelans. They're nice people. You know, you're putting there you go again. You're throwing everybody in that pot, right? These individuals, like I said again, our government brought them over here. UN, the NGOs went down there, pamphlets. Hey, poor person, you want some money? You want to go to America? We give you money. Come on. Oh, sí, job, trabajo, sí, work. Come on. Then they take them over here to the Mexican border and hand them over to a fucking coyote. Then who traffics them across the fucking deal. Have y'all not been paying attention to what's happened to some of these people? The women? Some of these women have been raped so many damn times, and children have been raped and everything else, all the way across over there coming in. You understand the shit and then they're taking them to them spots, and then our government is allowing them in here. So are they illegal? Really? Let me ask you a question. If they went to that processing place down there, right, where they're supposed to cross over, who's going to let them in here? The government, right? So what's the difference if the government lets them in right fucking there, or they let them in over there at the goddamn gate? They're the ones putting them on the buses, paying for them to go over there, giving them benefits and everything else. They're not just they're just, here you go. Oh, see, thank you. Oh, but they're your enemy. That just shows how ignorant you are. And I said it, ignorant. You can't see the real problem. Who's doing it? Well, absolutely. But right now, technically it is. You believe it. It's actually, to me, it ain't even damn good. It's been a corporation since, go look it up. Here. It was, what, 1925? You had, matter of fact, what people don't realize when they hit Lincoln, that was the end of the Republic right there, guys. Well, what I'm getting at here is, like I said earlier, I don't know if you're new to this conversation here, General Nutsacks, but what I said earlier, like I see a lady in a car, she put something on fucking TikTok, right? She put something on TikTok or on X. I saw it earlier. She's sitting in her car, little. I don't know, and I don't even know. I don't even know if this was a Venezuelan. She said it was. Okay. He said. She said. Right. But the little girl had a bucket and a fucking squeegee, and she was washing her windshield. She's like, I told you not to touch my car. I told you not to touch my car. Why are you touching my car? See, and so sorry, she's sorry, and walks away. And then there's there's a bunch of them out there, and they got fucking squeegees and buckets. And she's sitting there calm. This is the Venezuelan gang. with squeegees and fucking buckets. Squeegees and buckets on my. Squeegees and buckets on my. Ooh, I'm scared. If you protect, shield my enemy, you sleep with them, not asking for ID. What the fuck does that even supposed to mean? Another dumbass fucking remark? I heard a dumbass remark today. Somebody told me, oh, we need to go down to the border and we need to just start shooting them when they come across the border. Oh, so you can go shoot some women and some children and innocent people that was manipulated to come here? And some of them actually, that's over here, from my understanding, from some of the individuals that are on actually out there and really investigating what's going on, these people are being trafficked, okay, by our own damn government with the cartel, working with the cartel to traffic them. Some of them are having to pay the cartels $30,000 to come across that border, okay, and putting them in debt. And they're either keeping a family member. They've got family members back down in Venezuela that they're having to send money back to the fucking government there to be here, or they're going to kill their family. Okay. Oh, you're gonna be a prostitute. You're gonna be a drug dealer. You're gonna deal my drugs, or I'm gonna kill your family. Actually, it's target acquisition 101. I can show you some target acquisition at a pretty good distance, but that would be only if you were carrying a weapon. How we know these amigos ain't planned this with these illegitimate government, because this is very well planned. This is an invasion. Oh well, yeah, it is an invasion. But here's the thing: Tommy Harris, okay, uh, Tommy Harris and Tim Waltz, they support communism. Okay, that's what they're trying to do here, and they are bringing in these individuals over here that's already used to being oppressed by a communist regime. Okay, an authoritative dictator, and they're bringing them in here and they're paying them low wages and everything else at these jobs. Matter of fact, I seen a report here. One of the guys doing that, like 10,000 of these illegals, right, or immigrants. Okay, these immigrants, the fucking government gave them one social security number. 10,000 of them are using one social security number, and they're taking the taxes out of all of their checks for that one social security, or for that one social security number. Fucking government's making bank off of it, because they're getting to go to work at these places, so they're getting to take that money out in taxes, and the corporation only has to basically pay the taxes, I guess, on that one social security number, not each for each individual. So that right there, that's who's doing it, guys. The corporation and the government. because our heads have got too big. We got to have too much money to work, which we need the money with the way the cost of living is. But that's the reason why the government's turning around, right? Look at the manipulation here. The government's turning around, giving them $14,000 in food stamps, $5,000 cash assistance on those cards. Now you got these individuals in these inner cities and stuff found out about this shit, how much they're getting. They're pissed off. They won't go on. They're getting housing and everything else. These other people ain't getting shit hardly, and they're pissed about it. So now that's the way they've been manipulating into hating these Venezuelans as well. You know, you got to look who's shaking the jar. Some little Venezuelan girl that got $13,000 on her. Did I think that's unfair? Yeah, yeah, I think it's fucking unfair, big time. Uh huh. Yeah, but it's also manipulating us to hate them. They created a new boogeyman. Okay, they created a new boogeyman. Like I said, the Venezuelans are coming. The Venezuelans are coming. Control and command. Well, I tell you right now, I'm an army of one. I can handle my stuff. I've done the intelligence. I've done the counterintelligence. I studied that fucking years ago when I was in. But I see the reality. It's no different what they did to us. Remember back in the day, when we went into Iraq, the little girl they had standing up there that told the big lie about, oh, the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospitals and they and they took the babies and they threw them in the floor and they took the incubators. Oh, WMDs. Oh, they got WMDs, WMDs, WMDs. Mm-hmm. All the lies. Have a big beard. All the lies, all the manipulation, waving that flag, getting that patriotism up there, Let's go over here. Find these weapons of mass destruction. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Fell for it. I mean, my point is this: we got to stop being manipulated and stop making enemies of regular people. As even Trump sits up here and says, what does he say? Well, it's not the people. It's not the people. You know, it's the people over the people that's doing the shit, that's allowing the shit. You never know. That's a funny one. Tim Walls. Does that army of one stuff work? I don't know. I guess we could find out. No, an army of one would be a bad idea. I mean, you know, if you was in the military and if you were in the military and everything, you know, you got a fire watch, you got guard duty and everything else, you're gonna have to have extra people. I mean, even if shit hit the fan, people are gonna have to come together anyways. If you're patriots, you're gonna have extra people. You're gonna have somebody on night watch, you know, rotating out, you know. I mean, there is bravery of being out of range, audience applause, and bets on a winner are poor survival instincts. The last man standing stands alone. Well, thank you for your service, over there, brother. What was your MOS? Mine. I started out as a 19 Echo, and then I went to Ricky Tick, Boise, Idaho, tank commander's course for the M1 Abrams back in the 90s. So I was a M1A1 Abrams tank commander. And I haven't seen no combat. I trained people, did fucking NBC, NCO. Like I said, I studied a little intelligence, counterintelligence. Most of my shit I did is I trained people go fight. (1345) heavy equipment operator. Cool. Were those tanks good? Um, the M1 Abrams. Oh yeah, those fuckers was fun to drive. I drove them. Fun to shoot. I'll tell you, one time I did. I was down in Fort Hood, Texas, with a unit, and we were just fucking around. We was in the motor pool, right? And I was sitting in the gunner's position, and they had the Apache helicopters over there. You could see them. Oh shit, they were probably fucking 4 or 5 miles away. You could see them. You see them pop up. And you see the hellfire come out. It looked like freaking lightning coming out of them. So I was like, my buddy, he was up there, and he was up in the tank commander seat right behind me. And he's looking at him. He's like, "Man, how far are they away?" I said, "I don't know. Here, let me laze on it." I fucking said, "Boop!" Hit that laze button. As soon as I hit that laze button, that motherfucker said, "Boop!" And I was looking down the barrel of that motherfucker. I was like, "Whoa!" Don't ever do that. Don't ever laze on a freaking Apache. Yeah, they have a turbine engine. Yeah. We used to do stuff. One of the big things I did a lot of stuff. Is I used to train the tankers on what a threat that ground troops pose for a tanker. Okay, so we would set up positions, like we'd go in and we'd set up a squad out there, you know, in a location where we knew that tanks would be coming through, and our job was to overtake the tank. A tank. Um, And most of the time you have if they're not running with their hatch down, their hatch closed, they're up and they're scanning. You got their binoculars up, scanning and everything else. And basically, you snipe the tank commander and usually the loader. And once you get the loader and the tank commander taken out, it's a done deal. Because the only thing is that driver can do is he can put that son bitch and fucking haul. He better fucking haul ass. Better hope I don't get up on that tank somehow or another. Because I'm gonna be inside that tank and I'm gonna take you out. Because all that loader can see is what's directly in front of him. And then we used to do shit where, like at night operations, we'd come in and they'd be setting up in their alpha, and what they do is they take their tanks and they'll spin them around with the the front end out, the back end, like circling the wagons, and usually the loader is on his gun. Then they'll put out like security around the perimeter, watch out around the perimeter. And then what we've got to do is we've got to sneak in, and usually what we try to do is come in and take the company commander, kidnap the company commander without getting caught, or take out the company commander without getting caught. Right? Oh, M88. That was on that M60 chassis, if I believe right. Did they ever switch? Because I mean, like my time in was in the 90s. Did they ever switch that chassis on those over to the M1 chassis with turbine, or was they still just using the old M60 chassis? I hear me a chopper coming. Ain't very loud either. Oh, I'm looking here. Actually, that looks like, I guess, the newer ones. Yeah, there's the one that was kind of on the old M60. But I guess they do have the newer ones that are on the M1 bottom. Did they have turbine in them? Do you know? But no, I mean, basically, I said my whole deal is here. We've got to stop being manipulated. We got to think before we jump. We've got to see why is it that they want us to be mad at this certain group, right? I'm not mad at somebody for coming over here for a better life. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that for all. I'm just, am I upset at the way it's happening? Yes. Yes. Um, but I'm not going to turn these people into my enemy and think they're my enemy just because they're coming that direction. Now, do I know that the other side wants them to be our enemy and bringing them in there as part of their army? Oh yeah, I know that. No, they're not. Absolutely, and that's the whole point of this show is people were manipulated into believing that was going to happen. And all I'm saying is people need to, everybody is looking for a savior. You're your savior, okay? You're your own savior, period. You need to learn how to defend yourself. You need to be ready for anything. You need to be prepared. Yeah, there's some ways you can go about things legally. First off, you can file like any public official. You need to do a FOIA request on. You need to pull up their bonding information, okay? Because every public official is supposed to have a bond. If they don't, they're in that office illegally, right? If they don't have their oath of file on it, it's not signed properly, everything's done properly on it, it's not stamped by a notary public and everything else and put on file, then they're holding office illegally, right? And if they're actually doing something that is unconstitutional, um, then you have a right to notify them. You need to notify them, hey, you need to honor your oath or you're going to honor your oath. And if they're not going to honor your oath, that's where you get everybody together in your community and you get a petition to recall. And then you recall him. If he doesn't, and in that point in time, you also put a notice in the paper once you get your petition and everything else, and you put that in to him. You're either, you understand what I'm saying? So there's certain ways you got to do this stuff. You got to redress your grievances with them and everything else. And if they're not gonna do their job, they're not gonna, because technically they're in breach of contract. Okay, by us electing them, if they didn't do what they said they're going to do, they're in breach of contract. Say when you put it out there, that's a verbal contract, right? When they're saying, I'm going to do this for y'all, I'm going to do this for y'all, and everything else, and they don't do it, that's a breach of contract. Get the fuck rid of them. Period. That's, well, you know what? General Nutsacks, you can take that battle on by yourself. I tell you right now, that right there, not all women vote Democrat. There's a lot of women voting Republican. I mean, there we go again. Now you're trying to create a whole new fucking boogeyman. I don't want to fuck with that boogeyman right there. There ain't no way in hell. Absolutely. You know, when you put them in that job, there's ways to do it. And if they're not going to do the job, another way to do it is you can file on their bond. And if you file on their bond, the people file on their bond, um, they can't hold office. because the bond company will revoke that bond, or you can. Um, or you can get, or you do a class action lawsuit against them. And I know a lot of people, oh, well, these people got fucking immunity and all this other bullshit. No, they can't. They can't pass a fucking law for that. That's the reason why I say, first off, what you need to do in your county is make sure you've got a constitutional lawyer, or not a constitutional lawyer, a constitutional sheriff. It's like somebody said earlier, something about if there was going to be one job I would do, it'd be sheriff, because that's what I would be as a constitutional sheriff. And I'll be quite honest with you, I would probably deputize about half the guys in my county. And if there was any complaints of fraud or anything else, corruption going on in my city, in any of the cities in my counties, we'd probably come in and shut them down temporarily, do an investigation, do an audit on them, bring some auditors in, see what the hell they're doing. And if anybody's committing any crimes or any fraud, they would be arrested. And I don't give a fuck if it's the police chief, the fucking mayor, or whoever. And then I would work with the other counties to do the same thing, go across the board. Oh, there you go. You done messed up. I told you. My outlook is it ain't about the money. It's about the standpoint if they're going to do what they're supposed to. And their job is to honor the Constitution, to honor their oath, and work for we the people, do the best thing for us, not their pocketbooks. Period. I mean, the way it should be under the Constitution, and the only reason why they've done what they've done, anyways, is because it's about this. And that's where you need to. That's where we need is have honorable men again. Okay, honorable men and women again. Not about this. Because I don't understand. I don't understand why people would want to be dishonorable and have everybody hate them. You know what I'm saying? Go through hit literally to leave a legacy of their name, and everybody hate them. You know what I mean? That does make sense. Well, the problem is here is the issue, Texas, is you're trying to do things by yourself, right? There needs to be a group of people. Well, still, everybody, whether if you are a public official, bondsforthewin.com. There's some information over there. Bonds for the Win. I'd prefer not to freeze to death. Okay. The Holy Spirit all around you. Well, that's the other thing, too. I think a lot of people have already done that, and that's the reason why they're bringing in people who will, because they're going rogue. Men better step up. Why don't we all step up? Women can fight too. Women can protect themselves too. But that's the whole point. I mean, you know everything's corrupt. Everybody knows everything's corrupt, but nobody comes together to to fix the deal. You think here's what everybody thinks. You think, okay, I'm gonna vote for somebody else to go fix stuff. That's the problem, right? That is absolutely the problem. You allow someone else to represent you. And everything they do in your name, that blood is on your hands, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's that back when I was in the convoy, and I was driving along there, and everybody was like, "Oh, you're a hero." No, I'm not. No, I'm just trying to wake y'all up so y'all stand up for yourselves. Be your own hero. Why is everybody else looking for a hero? Everybody thinks that somebody else is going to come save them. You know that this is the issue. They've got everybody beat down to the point to where they got you waiting for that one person that's going to come save you. I mean, the reality of it is, when it comes down to the concept of this, if Trump gets elected, right, what do we have to do? We have to stand behind him. I mean, and and do whatever he says we do, right? Is that the plan? Or are you still just going to think that one man's going to be able to fix everything? Nope. Right? Scott, I mean, the thing is, it's hard, but it's like, what am I doing here? I'm standing up. I'm speaking. I'm trying to help people. Trying to help people to get out of that brain fog and believe in everything you see and everything you hear. and stop being manipulated. Well, I mean, you just said that right word right there, right? Only Jesus is going to fix everything. Well, yes, but through us. I mean, hell, if Jesus was come right now, they'd kill him again, and we would allow it. Period. I mean, because when Jesus comes, he's going to call his army. We're his army. Is my beard real? Yeah, it's real. And that's the thing. You got to stop back and see why am I being manipulated? We know who and that's the issue. Every time and everybody buys it, they create a new enemy for us, a new boogeyman. Look over here. We've had gang violence here. We've had gang violence in this country for years and years and years. Okay. We've had trafficking, drugs, and stuff like that, dealers and everything in this country for years and years and years and years. But all of a sudden, these ones that are illegal immigrants are the worst ones of all. Oh, we're going to call another gang that if, you believe the narrative that has been involved in the same bullshit that they've been involved in. Where does that make sense? You know, I said allegedly. I can't confirm or deny anything that they've done, right? But if you watch movies and TV and believe the media, then that's supposedly what they've been involved in. I mean, another thing we could do here, I've been thinking about this a lot. Do you know most states, so the Minutemen are the National Guard. Okay? It's what they are. Ready in a minute. That's what the whole deal is. That's where they came from. And people want to say, oh, the Army's the oldest one, or the Marines, or whatever the hell. I can't remember what the fucking argument is. No, it's not. I tell you, the oldest military in our country is the Patriot Army. That's what it was called. And that was established in 1636. Okay? That's every able-bodied man between age, whatever the age group is right now. That is the Patriot Army. But time is it now? Shit, it's 3:05. Well, I'm gonna shut this down, everybody. It looks like we still got about 179 people watching. 28 over on YouTube, 151 on X. Man, I wish the people on X were over here or say something at least. They probably fell asleep watching. But they said people need to wake up to this stuff. Well, I mean, go over and get to go over and get to know your National Guard. Go when they're on drill weekend or something. If you know which weekend they're going to have drill, few of you go over Patriots and go over and talk to the National Guard. Sit down with them, and that express your concerns with the company commander and first sergeant. See where they stand with everything. See if ask them a question. Are you going to stand? Are you stand with us? Are you going to protect us? You know, I mean, ask them. How can we take our country back? We don't want it to turn into a communist country. What do we need to do? You know what I'm saying? Go find out. Go find out from them how they feel about things. Take some cookies over to the guys or something like that. All right. Thanks you for stopping by. But that right there, that could probably go a long way too. Figure out, you know, don't you need to know who you need to know who they are, where they stand. Kind of ease into it. Don't go full blown it. We need to take our country back. No, just go over there and say, look, I'm concerned about the condition of our country. I want to know where you stand on it. What's your feelings on this, sir? Be nice about it. Don't go over there demanding them to do stuff. They'll just look at you and go and probably flip you off. But yeah, ask for directions. You'll get them. Because here's the other thing too. When the shit hits the fan, they're going to be the ones called out into the street anyways. Technically. So my outlook is you really need to know where you really need to know where they stand. They can't sit there and talk politically with you. As far as vote for Trump, vote for this, vote for that, but maybe they can give you some answers as well. Don't hurt to try. But anyways, I want to say thank you to everybody that came in tonight. I'm going to do the Lord's Prayer real quick for everybody. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.